Chapter 1907. At this moment, both Mrs. Chiu and Hong Yu knew that Han Fei was here. However, at this moment, it was the critical period of the pill tribulation, and 3 purple pill tribulations had descended. At this time, if the news that Han Fei was hunting in the Soul Sea, there would be chaos. At that time, if someone secretly tampered with the pill tribulation, it would be a big problem. Therefore, Mrs. Chiu didn't tell them about it at the first time. Was it an excuse? She did. He was wholeheartedly refining the pill, and his mind was completely on the divine pill, so others could not criticize him. If someone else's spiritual beast died, it didn't matter to her. And Hong Yu wouldn't say it. He had been hiding it. At this moment, how could he reveal his secret for someone else's spiritual beast? After confirming that it was Han Fei who did it, Hong Yu thought, anyway, someone will find out. If I reveal it, I will expose the news that my spiritual beast has become a king. And if Han Fei finds out that it was me who revealed it, I won't be able to fight Han Fei. Just a few days ago, there was news that the Avengers had defeated the Marauders. According to the statistics, aside from the 4 Mad Kings who had fallen, the Marauders had lost more than 50 of their own. The slaughter had created a river of blood. The wild corpse heaven was just an outer sea immortal palace. Even though he had endured it and secretly cultivated his spiritual beast into a king, in terms of combat power, he was not necessarily a match for the 4 crazy kings. In terms of combat power, he might not be a match for the 4 crazy kings. He estimated that they were about the same. Since Han Fei could kill the 4 crazy kings, he probably had the strength to kill him too. Therefore, Hong Yu couldn't make a move. The pill tribulation was still going on, but in less than half an hour, many people felt that something was wrong with their spiritual beasts. Although spiritual beasts could respond to the Master's call, there were not many that could actively attract the Master's attention. But not many didn't mean there were none. Those who came today could be said to be the top group of the 36 immortal palaces in the entire chaotic ocean. Each of them had extremely high potential, and some even had heavenly veins. Their spiritual beasts were all extraordinary. Suddenly, on the Wuji heaven's side, Li Xinghin's eyebrows suddenly flickered. Many people frowned. Some kings even cast angry glances at him. However, Li Xinghin did not care. In the void, a bloodied extremist nematode with only half of its body left appeared in everyone's sight. Not good. There was a reason why Li Xinghin suddenly summoned his spiritual beast. In fact, most of the people here had sensed that something was wrong with their spiritual beasts. However, Han Fei's devouring speed wasn't that fast, so most of his spiritual beasts were safe, so they didn't pay much attention to him. The other reason was that Tier 8 divine pills were about to appear in the world. Many people thought it was the divine elixir that attracted the spiritual beast, but they didn't think of any other reasons. But now, seeing Li Xinghin's spiritual beast in such a miserable state, most people suddenly felt that something was wrong. Ji Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He knew something was wrong and shouted, "Someone is hunting in the Soul Sea." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone summoned their spiritual beasts. At this moment, how could he still care about grade 8 divine pills? Although the divine pill was good, it did not belong to him. It would most likely be taken away by the kings of the immortal palaces, like the Grand Pure One and the Limitless One. Most people came for grade 7 divine pills and grade 5 or grade 5 Tao pattern pills. How could they ignore the life and death of their spiritual beasts in order not to affect the pill tribulation? As soon as this spiritual beast was summoned, everyone was in an uproar. Ji Xian looked at his level 1 3-tailed crabfish, which was in its infancy and exploded with fury. "Asshole! Who is it?" Wu Xiangtou frowned. "How did my golden sword snail become a snail egg? Who was the one who did this?" Nan Gongyu shouted in a low voice. "Not good. The mysterious gold 2-headed serpent has become a juvenile." Bei Xianbing looked at her juvenile Saber King ancient insect and said with an ugly face, "Xingheng, all the undamaged spiritual beasts of the Wuji heavens, enter the Soul Sea. Someone shouted, "Which demonic cultivator dares to offend the heavens and cause trouble here?" Old Lady Chiu couldn't pretend anymore. Who would have thought that the fellow in the Soul Sea would expose himself at the 5th pill tribulation? "Can't you stall for a little more time?" Old Lady Chiu pretended to spit out a mouthful of blood, as if she had just come back to her senses. She shouted, "Everyone, Yu Tianchan told me that it's the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish and the Gemini divine technique. Han Fei is here. Zhong Yu, activate the island protecting array and seal the island immediately. No one is allowed to leave. Li Ji, protect me. My mind can't leave the 8th grade divine pill." Old Lady Chiu found an excuse for herself and then stood still again. She couldn't do anything about this. Han Fei knows the Gemini divine technique, and it's impossible to guard against him. How can I know he will come here? Besides, there are so many people from the Medicine King heaven this time. How can I guard against them all? Now that you've discovered the problem and I've provided the information, you just need to find Han Fei yourself. However, how the F*CK do you find the Gemini divine technique? Countless divine souls quickly scan the area within 1,000 miles. The perception range of the Pioneer Sea realm was even further. However, when these spirits swept past a certain mountain peak, they would all show a slight look of surprise. This Wang Yijian was so eccentric. He was so far away from everyone, and when their perception probed him, it was immediately shattered by the sword chi around him. He didn't show any respect to them at all. However, at first, everyone didn't care because this guy was very eccentric. Besides, Yu Tianchan had already said that it was Han Fei. What appeared in the Soul Sea was the twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish. Therefore, no one associated Wang Yijian with Han Fei. In the Soul Sea, when Han Fei was chasing the polar nematode, he didn't feel good. Han Fei finally knew why Li Xinghin was so arrogant. This worm ran really fast. Even though it was targeted by Little Black, even though the Emperor Sparrow took action, it still broke 5 parts of its body in a row and ran away. Although the Emperor Sparrow immediately summoned the inner demon to stop the polar nematode. As soon as Han Fei arrived, Li Xinghin actually summoned the polar nematode. Han Fei was helpless. Of course, more than half of this polar nematode had been eaten by Han Fei, and only a small part of it escaped, so it didn't matter. However, Han Fei knew that as soon as this polar nematode went out, the fact that he was hunting in the Soul Sea would be exposed. Sure enough, after only 5 seconds, Han Fei found that many spiritual beasts around him had become agile. Several spiritual beasts rushed directly towards Little White. Looking at the eyes of those spiritual beasts, Han Fei knew that someone had come to the Soul Sea. However, these people were not very strong. At this moment, during the moment when Han Fei was devouring, Little Black and Little White had advanced 3 levels in a row. The main reason was that they ate so well. They ate spiritual beasts that were half a king level. Besides, their quality was either prehistoric ferocious beasts, ancient mutants, or legendary creatures. Anyway, the effect of one meal was comparable to hundreds of years of cultivation for Little Black and Little White. It could be seen that Little Black and Little White had suffered a lot because they didn't even have food to eat. Since he had been exposed, Han Fei didn't care. It was just that Han Fei's identity had been exposed. But he wasn't Han Fei now. He was Wang Yijian. They were looking for Han Fei? Then let's find them. Even if someone had found Little White, Han Fei wouldn't allow anything to happen to it. He rushed up and killed a ghost beard devil cuttlefish with a swish. After eating one, Little Black disappeared again. This was the first time that Han Fei had a Soul Sea battle. Han Fei sensed that the person who was eaten was also trying to escape. When Han Fei completely killed this guy with the last blow, Han Fei found that the ghost beard devil cuttlefish's soul body shattered and then disappeared. The Emperor Sparrow said, "There are Pioneer Sea State spiritual beasts nearby. It's time for you to leave. Wait a minute. Stay a little longer before you leave. In the outside world, Bei Xianbing suddenly shouted, "Fellow cultivator Yijian, everyone let go of the restrictions and let us search freely. Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to block a corner of the mountain without saying a word? After all, there were many kings here." It didn't take long for someone to notice Wang Yijian, who had been sitting cross-legged and never moving. He didn't even look at the 8th grade divine pills. "Aren't you here to buy pills?" Many people looked at the mountain on Han Fei's side, including Ji Xian. However, Han Fei didn't say anything. Xia Shaochan said, "How can my master allow others to search?" Bei Xianbing immediately became angry. "Humph! You're just a sword servant. How dare you talk to me?" Then Bei Xian Xian pointed at Xia Shaochan. In fact, he just wanted to see Han Fei's reaction. Of course, he knew that Han Fei was extremely arrogant. Besides, as a sword cultivator legend, he was certainly extraordinary. However, the kings had scanned the thousands of kilometers around and even the entire Medicine King heaven. Almost everywhere that they could perceive, they found nothing wrong. Only Han Fei was not allowed to be searched at all. Anyone's perception would be crushed to pieces, not giving any face at all. They were all top experts. Although they knew that Wang Yijian was ruthless, weren't they? Ji Xian shook his head slightly. Bei Xianbing was still too young, although it was indeed a serious matter that his spiritual beast had been swallowed. Were you going to question Wang Yijian? But now was not the time to ask. Wait until the pill tribulation was over. When the pill tribulation was over, old Lady Qiu would deal with this matter. But now you attacked so arrogantly, and you attacked the sword servant of the second Sword Divine King. Even if you're just testing him, you can't just say a few words. Sure enough, the moment Bei Xianbing attacked, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Are you questioning me?" Chapter 1908. Everyone knew that if a person wanted to enter the soul sea, his soul would be projected into the body of his spiritual beast. His soul was no longer in the real world, so he couldn't make any moves. The corporeal body was like a dead person. It could not move, and it was impossible for it to speak. Now that Han Fei had spoken, many of them were relieved. In their view, this at least proved that Wang Yijian was not a problem. However, although Wang Yijian was fine, Bei Xianbing and the others knew that 10 years ago, when Han Fei broke into the savage abyss, the sword god took action. Wang Yijian, the second sword god, was likely to protect Han Fei. The land he was guarding might be Han Fei's hiding place. After all, if Han Fei used the Gemini divine technique and got the protection of a strong master, others really couldn't find him. Behind Han Fei, the broken sword suddenly appeared. The sword pierced through Bei Xianbing's finger as easily as piercing a layer of paper. Many people took a breath. Did Wang Yijian make a move? Although many people knew that the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Sword God's Palace were very strong, it didn't mean that the Sword God's Palace was not strong. Wang Yijian was a real, peerless heavenly talent in history. At the age of 3,000, he tried to open a sword palace and break the heavenly gate. Was it easy to mess with such a person? Being scolded by Han Fei in such a manner, Bei Xianbing was already embarrassed. He said, "Fellow cultivator Yijian, from the moment you entered the sect to now, you have been sitting cross-legged on this top of the mountain. Have you ever thought about changing places?" Now that they were arguing, Bei Xianbing didn't want to give up. No matter how strong the Sword God's Palace was, it had to rely on the alliance of the 4 palaces. Although Wang Yijian had been arrogant in the past, could he still openly make a move in the Valley of the Medicine Masters? Now he was undergoing the pill tribulation. How dare Wang Yijian use the power of this world? However, Han Fei looked straight at Bei Xianbing, his eyes cold and indifferent, and his white hair fluttered slightly in the breeze. He said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Bei Xianbing's face turned cold. Wang Yijian, don't change the subject. Aren't you afraid that your spiritual beast will be hunted? However, Han Fei said slowly and indifferently, spiritual beast? I've already sacrificed myself to the sword. Bei Xianbing. Everyone, as for Hong Yu and the others, they all shook their heads. They really didn't know about this matter. However, what couldn't these sword cultivators do? Not to mention sacrificing spiritual beasts to the sword, he could even sacrifice himself. Therefore, when Han Fei said that his spiritual beast was sacrificed to the sword, no one was surprised. For a person like Wang Yijian, he didn't need a spiritual beast to cultivate sword Dao. Wow! Han Fei suddenly stood up and stretched out his hand, and the broken sword flew to Han Fei from behind. The tip of the sword was facing up and the hilt was facing down, as if it was waiting for Han Fei to hold it. Han Fei stood straight without touching the hilt of his sword. Instead, he looked at Bei Xianbing with eyes full of killing intent and said slowly, after so many years, "You are the only one who dares to attack me. Perhaps someone has already forgotten my name." His title? Many people were stunned. Didn't they say he was the second sword god? Was there something else besides his name? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, in addition to the second sword god, this person also has the reputation of killing a king with one sword. Could it be? Many people looked at Han Fei in shock. No way. Just for such a trivial matter? At this moment, for some reason, the pill tribulation of an 8th grade divine pill didn't seem to be so pleasant anymore. Everyone's eyes fell on Han Fei and Bei Xianbing. Last time, Bei Xianbing defeated one of Han Fei's clones with one finger. This time, Han Fei didn't really want to deal with Bei Xianbing. Han Fei just wanted to mess up the situation, because he wouldn't allow the little vine and the fruit on the little vine to fall into the hands of others. So Han Fei stretched out his hand. Bei Xianbing's eyes turned cold. It is said that you, Wang Yijian, have the title of killing a king with one sword, but you still failed to open the sky. I wonder if the glory of the past can still be used today? Although Bei Xianbing was a younger generation, she was also a top heavenly talent in Wang Yijian's era. She became a king only 800 years later than Wang Yijian. Therefore, theoretically speaking, they were not far off from each other in terms of eras. Bei Xianbing opened her hands. Her 10 fingers were like jade and ice condensed on her arms. Someone said in surprise, "Ice Cloud Claw? That's the Ice King's unique sea-quelling bizarre treasure. It is said that it can freeze the soul and the bloodline." Are these two going to fight here now? On the Medicine King's side, Zhongyu shouted, "You too! We are in the middle of the pill tribulation. Why do you have to fight now? No matter what, at least wait until the pill tribulation is over." Bei Xianbing actually didn't want to fight. As the saying went, famous people are not just for show. Just Han Fei's clothes revealed evil inside and out. However, Han Fei's momentum was overwhelming. It didn't cause much damage, but it was extremely insulting. Originally, Bei Xianbing said that to the other side because Han Fei didn't let her investigate. She thought that what if Han Fei was hiding under Wang Yijian's protection? This was hard to say. After all, the sword god had helped Han Fei. There was no reason for the second sword god to not help. In fact, there were many people who had the same idea. At the same time, Han Fei knew that Wang Yijian's identity was safe. Only then did he attempt to summon the Dharch Sparrow. Why did he summon the Emperor Sparrow? This was because the Dharch Sparrow was the kind of fellow that might not come out even if it was summoned. It could even communicate with him within the Soul Sea. Now that his primary soul was gone, he would have to leave his Soul Sea if he tried to contact the Emperor Sparrow. In the Soul Sea, Han Fei controlled Little Black and was still swallowing crazily. White Yi's speed was so fast that no living creature could get close to it. Due to the presence of the Dharch Sparrow, the Jade Heaven Toad only made a few probing attacks. However, Emperor Sparrow's gaze turned solemn. Yu Tian Toad felt that a demon was born in his heart, so he didn't really make a move. At this moment, Little Black and Little White had leveled up 4 times. Suddenly, DK said, "I can feel your summoning. Isn't your soul here? Who's calling me?" Han Fei frowned. "It's my external incarnation. Looks like it's time to go out. In the outside world." Han Fei released his sword domain. Everyone's senses could already fall on the top of the mountain. However, there was nothing. At the same time, Han Fei said indifferently, "Medicine King Heaven, let's figure out who started this first." While speaking, Han Fei held the shattering sword with one hand. At that moment, all kinds of Daos seemed to gather. A wave of extremely pure power surged on the sword's blade. Someone was shocked. "What is this power? I've never seen it before." However, Ji Xian's expression was solemn as he said word by word, "Celestial Spirit Qi." At that moment, Zhongyu shouted, "Senior, wait." However, who was Zhongyu? How could he stop someone like Wang Yijian? Han Fei ignored him. Anyway, he had old scores to settle with Bei Xianbing, so he could kill him. At this moment, Han Fei's power rose to the peak. In addition to the celestial spiritual qi, there was also the ferocious qi surging on the sword. Anyway, Bei Xianbing was not an idiot. Seeing this scene, she immediately shouted, "Wang Yijian, this is not the time to fight. Are you deliberately sabotaging this pill tribulation?" Han Fei said indifferently, "I don't touch the energy of heaven and earth here. Besides, the saboteur is you. No one in the world dares to mess with me. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Swish, 2 kinds of power were intertwining. The celestial spiritual qi and the ferocious qi intertwined like a sword and directly attacked Bei Xianbing. Bei Xianbing had always been an extremely conceited person. She thought that few people in the chaotic ocean could defeat her. However, in the face of Han Fei's sword, Bei Xianbing felt that her blood was exploding. What the hell is this sword? How could a sword be cultivated to such an extent? Bei Xianbing wanted to summon her spiritual beast, but unfortunately, her spiritual beast was killed by the opponent. Although the remaining 2 contractual spiritual beasts were also in the Half-King realm, it made no difference under this power. Bei Xianbing's body was covered with a layer of blue ice armor. In her hand, ice piled up, and the mist was like a muddy pool, trying to block Han Fei's sword. Not far away, Zhang Luotian shook his head slightly. "It's not just the celestial spiritual qi. Mr. One Sword's killing intent has already shown the ferocious qi of the primordial world. These 2 kinds of power are both used by a heaven-opening state master. Is it possible that Mr. One Sword has already opened the sky?" Bei Xianbing's face turned green. How could she have expected that Han Fei would attack so suddenly? Moreover, his first move was a sure-kill move? Damn it, isn't he trying to kill me? At that moment, even though Bei Xianbing used a secret method, she still felt that she was no match for him. Bei Xianbing shouted, "Brother Ji, help me." Ji Xian pretended not to hear it and complained in his heart, "Are you King retarded? This is the sword Dao of a heaven-opening state master. You want me to block it for you? Why should I block it for you?" Bei Xianbing looked around and realized that she had been careless. As the saying went, there is always someone better than you. She could provoke anyone, but she shouldn't provoke the lunatics of the heavenly sword heaven. Especially this Wang Yijian. His reputation was not good to begin with. Was there something wrong with his brain to provoke him? In an instant, Bei Xianbing saw the 8th grade divine pill that was undergoing the tribulation. At this moment, the divine pill was undergoing the 8th heavenly tribulation. Bei Xianbing was shocked. After all, her life should be more important than this so-called divine pill. It should be a good idea to resist Han Fei's sword with the help of the heavenly tribulation. Swish! He saw Bei Xianbing hiding behind the level 8 god pill. At this moment, old Lady Qiu couldn't sit still anymore. She shouted, "Bei Xianbing, do you want to destroy my divine pill? The Medicine King Heaven will fight you to the death." Unfortunately, it was too late for old Lady Chiu to shout at the critical moment, because Han Fei's terrifying sword slashed the divine pill, the heavenly tribulation, and Bei Xianbing together. Rumble, the sky was torn apart. Old Lady Chiu and the other sea expansion experts were shocked. Is he going to tear down the Medicine King Valley? Boom! In the terrifying explosion, the sky collapsed. Bei Xianbing's body collapsed, but she wasn't dead yet. She just felt that her soul was imprisoned by some special power. At this moment, a voice appeared in Bei Xianbing's mind. "Congratulations, you're right. So you have to die." All of a sudden, a blood-colored crack appeared in the sky, piercing through the horizon. Hiss! All of a sudden, everyone became silent. Bei Xianbing was killed by a single sword attack. Chapter 1909. Speaking of which, the moment Bei Xianbing died, everyone present was dumbfounded. Putting aside the fact that he had died, a vast heavenly tribulation had appeared in the sky for some unknown reason. The heavenly tribulation smashed into the collapsed void. As soon as they resisted the remaining power of Han Fei's sword, the ninth heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky. While everyone was shocked by Bei Xianbing's death, the old lady exclaimed, "9 pill tribulations! 9. I made a 9th grade divine pill." At that moment, the old lady rushed into the collapsed void, ignoring the remaining power of the divine, demonic, evil chi. But then the old lady's cry resounded in the sky. "Where is my pill? Who stole my pill? How is it possible? Is it Han Fei? That's impossible. How could Han Fei steal the pill? When did he come out of the soul sea?" Someone was shocked. It must be the Gemini divine technique. A pioneer sea cultivator using the Gemini divine technique may be beyond our expectations. "Han Fei, you shameless thief! Give me back my pill." At that moment, the old lady was furious. She never expected that the source of trouble would come out of the soul sea. Han Fei must have calculated to the extreme. Pooh! The old lady vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Ji, the king of the Medicine King Heaven, hurriedly said, "Master," the old lady shouted, "lock down the Medicine King Heaven. No one is allowed to leave or contact the outside world." Then, ignoring the terrifying power of the Medicine King Valley, the old lady glared at Han Fei. "Wang Yijian, I don't think I've mistreated you. Why did you ruin the Medicine King Heaven's plan?" However, Han Fei looked straight at the old lady. "Are you questioning me?" It was this sentence again. Countless people were horrified when they heard it. Just now, Bei Xianbing couldn't hold back the insult of Han Fei's words and retorted. As a result, she was killed by Han Fei's sword. Now the old lady was following Bei Xianbing's footsteps. Everyone wanted old Madame Chiu to shut up. "You're indeed unparalleled in alchemy, but in terms of fighting, who knows where you're ranked?" But this time, Han Fei said indifferently, "I drew my sword just to kill that person." It was rare for Han Fei to give an explanation, but it was just a casual one. In other words, Bei Xianbing wanted to use the pill tribulation to block his immortal fiendish chi. Who would have thought that? If you don't blame Bei Xianbing, are you going to blame me? At this moment, the geniuses of the Wuji celestial realm were all dumbfounded. This was especially so for Li Xingheng and the others. They had just witnessed their king being slaughtered with a single sword strike. For the first time, they realized that the people of the heavenly sword sky were simply too powerful. This was only the second sword god, able to kill a king with a casual swing of his sword. What about the real sword god? Many people were enlightened. No wonder the sword god palace, Boundless Palace, Taishan Palace, and Lapis Lazuli Palace could coexist peacefully in the inner region. With such King combat power, how many people would dare to provoke them? Mrs. Chiu was speechless. Only then did Mrs. Chiu realize that she couldn't vent her anger on this person at this moment. Wang Yijian's reputation was like this. He would kill without a word. In the eyes of this kind of swordsman, the strong were used to slaughter. Except for their swords, they had no feelings. Han Fei sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain and didn't move. Mrs. Chiu didn't dare to make trouble for Han Fei again. The others naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. Xia Shaochan felt that her back was wet. She didn't know how Han Fei could still be so calm in this situation. What surprised her even more was Han Fei's sword strike. What the hell was that? Did he really kill a king with a single sword strike? At this moment, Xia Shaochan had countless questions in her mind. But because she was still in the Medicine King heaven, she restrained herself. In fact, in Han Fei's origin sea, the demon purification pot was fusing with a small vine. Han Fei's heart was burning. There were indeed 7 divine pills hanging on the small vine, and he swallowed hard. Speaking of which, where did this little vine come from? Of course, it was all calculated by Han Fei. Han Fei dilly-dallied and didn't draw his sword just to wait for the pill tribulation to come. Because Han Fei knew that this sword strike would be extremely powerful. After all, the black mist body and the divine demonic evil qi were both sent out. Seeing that she couldn't resist the divine demonic evil qi, Bei Xianbing had to find a force that could compete with it. At this time, the pill tribulation happened to come. If it were another king, he would probably choose the same way and find a pill tribulation to resist for him. Therefore, he had a way to get in touch with the small vine. It was originally a vine of the demon purification pot, so Han Fei could easily put it in to forge the universe. As for the last 9th pill tribulation, to be honest, Han Fei didn't know what was going on. Han Fei guessed that it was because Bei Xianbing and he had both entered the range of the pill tribulation, so the 9th pill tribulation came. At this moment, the 5th small vine was slowly being connected to the demon purification pot. He wondered if Mrs. Chiu knew that the ultra-quality divine pill she had devoted so much effort to refining had become the fruit of a small vine on the demon purification pot. How traumatized would she be? But now Han Fei was very happy. Every time the small vine appeared, the demon purification pot would always have some changes. Last time, the 4th small vine appeared and gave him the bloodline devouring divine technique. This time, he didn't know what else was waiting for him. After waiting for a while, when the demon purification pot spun for a long time in the origin sea, it finally slowed down. Guru! Han Fei swallowed and came to the small vine. Han Fei was speechless and thought to himself, how could I keep my composure? When his soul entered the soul sea, he didn't know that the 8th grade divine pill that Mrs. Chiu mentioned turned out to be the small vine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to devour spiritual beasts. At this moment, in the origin sea, Little Black and Little White were hovering and breaking through 4 levels in a row. They needed some time to stabilize. DK looked at the demon purification pot curiously, thinking about something. When Han Fei approached the demon purification pot, his eyes fell on the divine pill on the demon purification pot, and information appeared in his eyes. Name 8-9 Mystic Pill Introduction, a mystic pill of heavenly law that absorbs the essence of all things. This pill is all-encompassing and contains all kinds of divine powers and techniques. First pill contains the golden light footwork technique. Once the golden light appears, one can jump 10,000 kilometers. Cultivates the golden light leap technique and roams between heaven and earth in a flash. Second pill perceives the Dharma world and uses the body as the law, the body as the image, and the body as the image. With the 9 heavens above your head and your feet in the abyss sea, your body is 33,000 meters high, and you can swallow everything into your original form. Third pill uses the art of infinite transformation, perceives the heavenly law, feels the impermanence of everything, and controls the infinite changes. Fourth pill rides the clouds, controls the stars, and subdues the sea. The first move is the 9 heavens cloud rain thunder, and the second move is the earth chi spiritual aura. Suppress a sea and open a sky. Here, I am the master of the universe. Fifth pill, the soul leaves the body and opens the 8th sense of the human soul. When the soul leaves the body, the mountains and rivers are shattered, the earth is flat, and everything in the world is heartless. He knows that man has no self, the law has no self, and the world has no self. Sixth pill, as long as the divine body is not broken, the world will not be destroyed. Cultivates the supreme, divine body. His voice is like the wind and clouds of the 4 seasons, and his voice is like thunder. His eyes are like the sun, the moon, and the stars. His body is like the 4 poles. His body is like the earth. His blood is like the river and the sea, and his thoughts are like the rain and dew. 7th pill, the immortal slaying knife. There is only one knife. It can calm the sea and slay immortals. If the gods don't come out, who can compete with it? Remarks, the 8-9 arcane pill is only mature for now. On the day the pill is formed, it must pass the pill tribulation before it can be eaten. This vine is nourished and slowly grows. Gulp! When Han Fei saw the 8-9 arcane pill, he was dumbfounded. There were a total of 7 pills, each of which was extraordinary. It seemed that each of them contained a divine skill. 7 of these heaven-defying pills were produced in an instant. And the last 7th pill, if the gods didn't come out, who could compete with it? Han Fei guessed at that time that if he learned the immortal slaying knife, he would be able to slaughter even venerable emperors. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed again. At this time, Han Fei looked at the small vine again and found that on this small vine there were 7 small red pills growing from the bottom to the top. Only the one at the bottom had 9 patterns on it, and the other 6 small red pills all had 8 patterns on them. And what was more obvious was that the small pill at the bottom was shining with golden light, as if it was about to mature and fall. Needless to say, this was the first pill. This pill was known as the golden light movement technique, which could leap tens of thousands of miles. In a flash, it traveled between heaven and earth. It looked like a movement technique or a spatial spell. Unfortunately, Han Fei was just a black mist body now. He'd better swallow this kind of divine pill after he merged the twins into one and when there was no one around. Besides, now the outside world was frantically looking for him. If he merged the twins into one now, as long as someone felt the subtle changes, his identity as Wang Yijian wouldn't be safe. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to merge the twins into one. Fortunately, at the moment when the space collapsed just now, he took the little vine away. As the power of the explosion fell, it drilled into the Grand Supreme purple smoke furnace. Han Fei estimated that even if these people racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to guess that he had set the space node in the Grand Supreme purple smoke furnace. At that time, as long as they couldn't find him, they couldn't all be trapped here. Even if the Medicine King wanted to be trapped, it would depend on whether the other families would give him face or not. At least, with Wang Yijian's identity, he wouldn't care about face. Killing without hesitation was Wang Yijian's style. Thinking about this, Han Fei as Wang Yijian sat cross-legged peacefully. He even purposely patrolled the area where the explosion had occurred, frowning slightly to make others think about it. Chapter 1910. Old Lady Chiu's 8th grade divine pills were stolen, and the king's inspections were fruitless. How would they dare to hold the so-called alchemy conference again? They had said that there were 7th grade divine pills and a large number of 5th grade and 6th grade Tao pattern pills for sale. Now it seemed that Han Fei had come to kill them. The group of kings couldn't find anyone who would take out the pill that they had spent so much effort to refine. Now that the Medicine King conference was cancelled, some people wanted to leave. Bei Xuanbing's death was no small matter. Bei Xianbing was the grandson of the everlasting ancestral patriarch Bei Luoqin. Now that Bei Xianbing was dead, Bei Luoqin should be on his way. It didn't matter if others left or not, but Han Fei definitely had to leave. Although he still had reserves of immortal spiritual chi and fiendish chi, the everlasting ancestral patriarch was a heaven-opening state cultivator. He might use the immortal spiritual chi. Han Fei could kill Bei Xianbing, but he couldn't do it against Bei Luochen. So, after scanning for a while, Han Fei suddenly got up. "I'm leaving. If I find the divine pills, I'll come back." Han Fei didn't hide his intention to run away. In fact, many people were also watching the show. Wang Yijian killed Bei Xianbing. Would Bei Luochen let it go? Once they met, there would be a super battle. How could he escape? Now that Wang Yijian was leaving, everyone was slightly relieved. And Ji Qin and the others slightly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Wang Yijian hadn't opened the heaven-opening state yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Medicine King heaven to buy pills, and he wouldn't have run away when he saw Bei Luochen, obviously, although he could use some of the power of a heaven-opening state cultivator. He was still afraid of a real heaven-opening state cultivator. Sword cultivators were always fearless, but that didn't mean they would wait for death. Who didn't know the value of life? However, some people were still worried that Wang Yijian was protecting Han Fei. If Wang Yijian left, Han Fei might be gone too. Who could he complain to then? At this moment, suddenly, a half-king girl ran to the Pill Tribulation Square and faced Han Fei. "One Sword King, I'm Dongfang Yueshi. The Medicine King heaven has just taken place, and you want to leave? Although everyone knows why, who can prove that you won't take Han Fei away? After all, many people know that the Sword God Palace once helped Han Fei." Wow! Instantly many people were surprised. Is this girl crazy? Do you know who you're talking to? Even old Madame Chio's expression changed greatly. "You she, shut up!" However, Dongfang Yueshi said, "I know the second sword god is very powerful. However, just because he's strong doesn't mean he can be unreasonable." Pa! At that moment, someone slapped his forehead and thought, is this girl out of her mind? This Wang Yijian, was he the kind of reasonable person? However, there were also some people who secretly thought, if it was a junior who said this to Wang Yijian, it may be okay. Could it be that Wang Yijian would bully a half-king? Sure enough, Han Fei paused for a few seconds, looked at Dongfang Yueshi and said, "First of all, the strong can be unreasonable. Secondly, with this king's sword guarding the Medicine King's heaven, it was impossible for Han Fei to escape. He was still here. As for his exact location, it's up to you to find him." After that, the shattering sword behind Wang Yijian cut opened the void with a light, splitting sword shadow. Han Fei left, and Xia Shaochan followed him with her sword. It wasn't until the two of them left that Dongfang Yueshi felt weak in the knees. She was extremely scared to talk to such a murderous man. Fortunately, she had gambled correctly. Wang Yijian would not make a move on a junior. Otherwise, what he said just now was enough to make Wang Yijian stab himself to death. When Han Fei really left, Bei Xian's face was pale. He wanted to search for Bei Xuanbing's body. However, she had been strangled to death. Where could he find her body? Wang Yijian! Bei Xian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, as if telling himself, I must become stronger. In the future, I will kill Wang Yijian with my own hands. Li Xinghin patted Bei Xian on the shoulder. This matter is beyond our control. The ancestral patriarch will uphold justice. Bei Xian snorted. Damn it, the sword god's palace should all die. Compared with Bei Xianbing of the Wuji heaven, who died on the spot, Ji Xian of the Grand Purity Palace slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At least, compared with the Wuji heaven, they were better off. Although their spiritual beasts were killed and turned into infants, at least they weren't dead. After a long time of cultivation, they could still be restored. Besides, Ji Xian was glad that he didn't challenge Wang Yijian. This battle also showed him the strength of the Sword God's palace. In the past, even he thought that the Grand Purity Palace was so strong that it couldn't even take down the 4 palaces of the Sword God's palace. Now it seemed that they really couldn't take it down. Even if they could, how much would they have to pay? The second sword god was already so strong. Then, what about the real sword god? Half a day later, because the others didn't have as much confidence as Han Fei, they naturally couldn't leave. They were taken away by the people of the Medicine King Heaven, gathered together and settled down. At this time, Bei Luochen arrived. As soon as Bei Luochen appeared, he saw Li Xinghen and the other strong masters of the Wuji Heaven kneeling on the square. Bei Tangxian's eyes were red. "Great ancestor, please help me. Uncle was killed on the spot by Wang Yijian of the Sword God's palace. That thief was extremely ferocious and arrogant. Great ancestor, you have to help Uncle." Bei Luochen frowned and said with an ugly face, "Wang Yijian? He's not dead?" Bei Luochen couldn't help but look at old Lady Qiu, who was waiting on the square. Obviously, the old lady was still here to give Bei Luochen an explanation. Old Lady Qiu told the story stiffly, and Bei Luochen frowned even more. In fact, old Lady Qiu didn't want to talk to Bei Luochen at all. If Bei Xianbing hadn't rashly provoked Wang Yijian, if Bei Xianbing hadn't been no match for Wang Yijian and had to rely on the pill tribulation to help her resist Wang Yijian's sword, Han Fei wouldn't have had the opportunity to rob all her divine pills. However, old Lady Qiu wasn't strong enough. She couldn't say some words to a heaven-opening state expert like Bei Luochen, so she could only grit her teeth and swallow it. Ninth-grade divine pills were indeed extremely important, but the protection of the grand pure Wuji Palace and the other palaces was equally important. Otherwise, although the Medicine King Heaven didn't lack beast kings, after all, they were much weaker than those wild beast kings who had come out of life-and-death battles. Bei Luochen's perception swept over the place again and again. He saw Zhang Luotian and Ji Xian. Zhang Luotian was calm and composed. So what if he was a heaven-opening state expert? No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't dare to attack the people of the martial Emperor City. Bei Luochen said, "Ji Xian, how's the situation?" Ji Xian sighed and said, "Senior, Bing Wang was too eager to find Han Fei, so he offended Wang Yijian. And this person is indeed very arrogant. He seemed to have already mastered the immortal qi, and there was another kind of great power. The sword formed by these two forces is extremely powerful and murderous. The sea-opening state is really difficult to resist." Bei Luochen was silent for a long time. He grabbed a wisp of dissipating power from the void and felt it. What a strong, murderous aura. Wang Yijian is indeed possessed. Possessed. Ji Xian, old Lady Qiu, and the others were all surprised. It seemed that Wang Yijian was quite normal. What, did he become a demon? Bei Luochen didn't explain. His perception swept over the Medicine King Heaven. He even checked every inch of land and every object, but there was no trace of Han Fei at all. Bei Luochen said, "Wang Yijian, Sword God Palace, do you really think the Wuji Heaven doesn't dare to start a civil war?" Bei Luochen snorted heavily and looked at Li Xinghen and Bei Tangxian. "Let's go back to the palace." 7 days later, he had checked everyone he could find. He had searched everyone he could find, but there was no trace of Han Fei. But the Medicine King Heaven couldn't really surround others and not let them leave. The first to propose to leave was the martial Emperor City. Zhang Luotian said, "The martial Emperor City is here to buy pills, not to be investigated." Then the major palaces also asked to leave one after another. Ji Qin and the others also couldn't sit still. On this day, everyone was just about to leave. Suddenly, the glabelli of someone in the Medicine King Heaven flashed, and his spiritual beast appeared. However, he was shocked to find that his spiritual beast had become a baby. Someone was shocked. "Han Fei is still here. Han Fei is still here." Only a moment later, when old Lady Qiu arrived, Han Fei's spiritual beast had already disappeared without a trace. This time, there were many experts from the 36 palaces who had their spiritual beasts swallowed by Han Fei. Suddenly, many people were frightened. Someone said, "No, we can't stay in the Medicine King heaven." Someone frowned and instantly summoned his spiritual beast to prevent any more problems from happening inside. And this also seemed to clear Wang Yijian's suspicion. Since Han Fei was still there, Wang Yijian was indeed being used by someone. Old Lady Qiu asked, "Yu Tianchan, can you really not catch that kid's spiritual beast?" Yu Tianchan replied, "I really can't. I don't even know where the other side of its body is." Besides, a strange bird took action. Its aura is so terrifying that even I will be restrained. Old Lady Qiu asked, "What should we do? He is simply a scourge. We shouldn't have let the Yin-Yang heaven survive back then. Now he is obviously retaliating." Third, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1911. Han Fei's action was a real provocation. He seemed to be saying, "Seal the Medicine King heaven again if you dare. If you dare to seal it, I dare to eat it." In the end, Mrs. Qiu compromised. She couldn't trap everyone because of Han Fei. She didn't have this ability. So, she might as well let these people go. If Han Fei could hide among them, he would leave with them. Mrs. Qiu said to the void, "Han Fei, all the divine pills were stolen by you. This is a loss for the Medicine King heaven. I hope you know what to do next." However, Han Fei wouldn't be fooled. "You deliberately opened an opening to let me go? In fact, you're working with the Grand Pure One and the Wuji sect to set up an inescapable net outside. Do you think I'm stupid?" At this moment, in the imperial purple smoke furnace, Han Fei was absorbing the purple fire. Han Fei found that the essence of this furnace fire was of great help to his body refining. Most importantly, there was a medicinal fragrance in the furnace fire. Han Fei felt that his body was overflowing with energy and was nourishing it. If he cultivated in this imperial purple smoke furnace, 1 year would be equivalent to 10 years in the outside world. Of course, it would be great if he could put this imperial purple smoke furnace in his origin sea. In this way, he could cultivate for 300 years in 1 year. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth. For this amazing way of cultivation, he had to get this imperial purple smoke furnace. Once the violet smoke cauldron was no longer enough to support his cultivation, he would toss it to the myriad poison ancestor, Huang Jie. That would be equivalent to reaching an agreement with him. After the immortals left one after another, Mrs. Qiu naturally put the furnace back in the alchemy room. Different from normal treasures, an alchemy furnace was a basic requirement for every alchemist. Generally, it wouldn't be put into the body. The furnace was always open and turned on every day to refine overlapping fire. When old Jiang taught Tango a lesson, Han Fei had also heard it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Mrs. Qiu returned to the alchemy room and threw a batch of medicinal materials into the imperial purple smoke furnace. Ultra-quality spiritual stones surrounded it, turning into purple fire and burning. Han Fei wondered what kind of pills this old lady was refining now. It would be great if he could eat them. Just then, he heard Dongfang Yueshi, who had shouted at him before, enter the pill room. She said, "Teacher, this is a 6th grade vitality pill refined by your disciple. These few days, you've been in a bad mood. You can't be angry about that." You can refine the 6th grade vitality pill now." Old Madame Qiu seemed a little surprised, but then she sighed lightly. "Yushi, I'm afraid I won't be able to obtain a 9th grade divine pill in this lifetime." This time he thought that it was only a Tier 8 divine pill. But who knew that there would still be a pill tribulation at the end? Sigh. Dongfang Yueshi said, "Master, you are the master of the Heavenly Medicine Palace, the leader of all alchemists. A grade 9 divine pill might not necessarily be impossible." Old Madame Qiu shook her head slightly. "You're still young, you don't understand the depth of the path of alchemy. Forget it. Yu Xia, I have long wanted to pass the imperial purple smoke furnace to you, but you are still young. After this trip to the Emperor Palace, whether or not you become a king, I will pass the supreme violet smoke cauldron to you. Ever since you were young, your path of alchemy has been bright. Maybe you may be able to break the limit that I can't break." Dongfang Yueshi said, "The supreme violet smoke furnace is a divine weapon of alchemy. I dare not teach it to you." Han Fei didn't think much of the old man and the young girl's deep relationship. This old Madame Chiu was obviously not a good person. The pill was clearly grown by the little vine, but she took it as her own. She thought it was refined by herself, but she didn't even notice it. He really didn't know how her brain worked. "And is this imperial purple smoke furnace yours? Do you want to pass it on to the next generation?" Outside, old Madame Chiu said, You can refine pills here in the next few days. Feel the effect of the imperial purple smoke furnace in advance." "Yes, master." Han Fei wasn't quite sure what kind of trap old Madame Chiu had arranged outside the Medicine King heaven. Anyway, he didn't want to go out now. Anyway, he had plenty of time. He would stay in the Medicine King heaven for another month. At this moment, Han Fei had become one. He didn't stay outside for long, but entered the Origin Sea. That divine pill contained the golden light body technique, so he'd better eat it first. After a moment, Han Fei came to the demon purification pot again, looked at the 7 divine pills, stretched out his hand, and gently pulled the bottom divine pill. It didn't take much effort at all, and this divine pill was pulled down. Huff! When this divine pill was picked up, Han Fei immediately smelled the pill fragrance. Having no time to think, Han Fei immediately stuffed the pill into his mouth and sat down cross-legged. As soon as this pill entered his mouth, Han Fei immediately felt that he seemed to have comprehended the Tao of space. It was very different from the usual Tao of space. This golden light body technique was a bit like the Big Dipper, which was a kind of half-real and half-illusory spatial technique between reality and the void. Therefore, Han Fei immediately felt that if he practiced this technique, many big arrays shouldn't be able to trap him. Han Fei's mind gradually became immersed in it, as if he were practicing in a dream. With a flash of golden light, he traveled between heaven and earth, which was many times more useful than the universe great shift that the old turtle taught him before. Every time the heaven and earth great shift shifted, there would be a period of time between each shift. It wasn't like continuously shifting with a 2-2-2 sound. However, this golden light body technique was different. Wherever the light shone, he could go. The golden light leap was comparable to a flash of light, which was 300,000 kilometers per second, or 600,000 kilometers. Gulp. Han Fei's eyes were closed, but he kept swallowing saliva. If he mastered it, he would be able to move 600,000 kilometers per second. This speed was beyond Han Fei's imagination. In the dream, Han Fei felt the frequency of the golden light leap. He could perform it about 3 times in one breath. Although there was an interval, it was extremely short. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Based on this speed, how many people would be able to catch up to his speed? Han Fei couldn't help asking, "Old Yuan, how fast were you before you opened the sky?" The old turtle was taken aback by Han Fei's question, and then said, "Speed is not my strong point. However, before I opened the sky, I could move 1,000,000 kilometers at a time with the universe great shift." Han Fei said, not the universe great shift, but the fastest speed. For example, the speed of breaking through the void, pure speed. The old turtle was silent for a while, then said, "Before you open the sky? Then it would be more than 500,000 kilometers in one breath. If I burst out, I'm afraid I can reach 1,000,000 kilometers at the fastest speed." Han Fei was stunned. 1,000,000 kilometers at the fastest speed. The old turtle paused and said, "At least? Isn't that fast enough?" Han Fei said perfunctorily, "Enough, enough." However, Han Fei casually said, "By the way, old Yuan, you said that the king's speed is already so fast. Can't he explore the whole world?" Just how big is this world? The old turtle couldn't help but say, me. When everyone became a king, they would ask this question. They all thought that their speed was already fast enough, and that they would definitely be able to finish walking through this world. In fact, more than one person has tried it, but in the end, people only found a few problems. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. What problems? The old turtle explained, one of the problems is that when a person is too fast, he can easily drill into the void. In the end, he can't help but step into the endless void. He can even touch the river of time. So, if he's not careful, he can disappear. Han Fei said in surprise, will this happen if he's too fast? The old turtle said, the limit of speed seems to be 600,000 kilometers in an instant. Once this speed is exceeded, many problems will occur. Many people just ran and disappeared, never to be seen again. It seems that no one can control the speed except for the venerable emperor. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The old turtle was talking about the speed of light. No one can move faster than the speed of light, because once that limit is reached, there are too many unpredictable things. The old turtle mentioned the endless void and the river of time, which may be felt at the speed of light, and this golden light body technique seemed to have reached the speed of light. And as the old turtle said, if people couldn't move so fast, then he'd better not move at the fastest speed. If something went wrong with his current knowledge and experience, he might not be able to deal with it. Furthermore, even though he had swallowed the elixir, he could not use the golden light body technique to its limit as he pleased. He hadn't tried it yet, so he didn't know how fast it could be. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what's the other problem? The old turtle said, that is, this world is just too big. Besides, most people will say that the world we are in is actually not a simple world. Han Fei asked, what do you mean? Is it a combination of multiple worlds? The old turtle said, it's a bit similar, but not like this. It seems to be related to a certain realm. I'm a turtle. I've always been sleeping. This empress can't be bothered with this kind of thing, like running around looking at territory. Han Fei was speechless. F***CK, this guy has no ambition. So what if you're a turtle? He doesn't have any curiosity at all. Isn't exploring the world the best way to cultivate? Han Fei firmly believed that no matter how big this world was, it couldn't withstand hundreds of thousands of kilometers of running. In the future, he would definitely get to the bottom of this problem. Chapter 1912. In fact, after Han Fei learned the golden light Dharma body, he felt that even if he left the Medicine King sky now, Bei Luochen might not be able to stop him. After asking Senior Yuan, Han Fei learned that whether it was the Sea Expansion Realm or the Heavenly Creation Realm, their speed would eventually reach a balance. As for the reason for the difference in speed, it was the problem of how to control space and time if the speed was too fast. The Heaven opening stage clearly had greater control. However, this was a question that practically all Sea Expansion and Heaven Expansion experts have been chasing after. However, he didn't want to leave yet. The Medicine King, Heaven, had come. Since the Medicine King, Heaven, had been one of the main enemies that had encircled the Yin-Yang Heaven, it was only right for him to retaliate. Now that he could not touch the Grand Pure One and the Limitless One, he would first attack the Medicine King, Heaven. With this first slash, he had snatched back the vine and obtained the 8-9 profound pill. The second move was naturally the supreme purple smoke cauldron. The biggest problem now was that the exalted purple smoke cauldron had been refined by old Madame Chiu. He wanted to take something that had been refined out, or he could kill old Madame Chiu and break her origin, see to snatch it. Otherwise, he could force old Madame Chiu to take the initiative to remove the control of the imperial purple smoke furnace. If Han Fei chose the first method, it was actually quite dangerous. Firstly, there was more than one king in the sky of the Medicine Kings, and there might be more than one king in the outside world as well. If he killed old Madame Chiu now, he would have to break her origin, see. At that time, it would be very easy to be ambushed. Of course, he could hide in old Madame Chio's origin sea. However, some people might not be unaware of the fact that he had the navigational, multidimensional apparatus. But what about threatening old Madame Chio? If this fellow was stubborn, he would still have to kill her. Han Fei licked the corner of his mouth and decided to rest for a few more days. Half a month later, Dongfang Yueshi was in the middle of concocting a pill, and the pill she was concocting was a 6th grade Tao pattern pill. Because it was extremely rare to use the supreme violet smoke furnace, Dongfang Yueshi was very attentive when refining it. However, Dongfang Yueshi felt that the power of the supreme purple smoke furnace didn't seem to be enough. She thought to herself, maybe I didn't control myself well. Perhaps it was because he had not grasped the essence. However, she had never thought that the problem might lie in the exalted violet smoke furnace itself. As a matter of fact, Dongfang Yueshi had to use a lot of great medicines when the tribulation pills came down. Even old Madame Chio praised him for his perfect control, but in the end, there was only a 6th grade tranquil pill. Even old Madame Chio couldn't help but reveal a doubtful expression. It shouldn't be. Your ability to control it is perfect. Logically speaking, he should have refined at least 3 tranquil pills. In the end, how did it become one? Under normal circumstances, once a pill in a pill furnace became useless, it would become the pill furnace's medicinal energy and be absorbed by the pill furnace's own power. Then, when he was refining the pills, he would feed them back to the other pills. This was also the reason why the supreme purple smoke cauldron could casually refine a 3-layer Tao pattern pill. Dongfang Yueshi couldn't help but sweat. Teacher, it might be because Yueshi isn't skilled enough. I think something must have gone wrong somewhere. Madame Chio frowned. She could not help but have a thought. Could it be that the little vine had absorbed too much of the power of the supreme violet smoke cauldron? So, the effect of the current pill refining was worse than before. She said, Girl Yueshi, get out of the way. I'll refine the next one. Dongfang Yueshi was relieved to see that her teacher was going to refine the pill in person. She thought to herself, I'm still not familiar with 6th grade pills. However, half a month later, when old Madame Chio opened the furnace, only 1 tranquil pill flew out. Suddenly, old Madame Chio was confused. She couldn't even refine 6th grade pills now. Dongfang Yueshi was also dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with the supreme purple smoke cauldron? With her teacher's alchemy ability, as long as there were enough materials, she could easily refine 6th grade pills. No matter what, it was impossible for there to be a situation where an entire nest of pills were wasted and only a single pill was left. In the supreme purple smoke cauldron. In the past month, Han Fei had a great time eating. What Han Fei absorbed, of course, was not the pills, but the medicinal power. The purple fire refined the medicinal power and soaked it into his body. After being converted by the stainless, mysterious body, 80% of the pure medicinal power of this cauldron of pills entered his body. Han Fei even found that his bones were now slightly turning into golden jade. A pale golden chalcedony-like bone looked quite strange. At present, it was only a small part, less than 10% of his whole body. However, this was enough to show that he was indeed changing. Unfortunately, Han Fei didn't have so much time to waste here. Did old Madame Chio and Dongfang Yueshi refine pills for 10 years, and he had to stay in this furnace for 10 years? Coincidentally, old Madame Chio said, maybe the appearance of the 9th grade divine pill has swallowed most of the medicinal power of the Grand Supreme Purple Smoke Cauldron, causing the effect of the Grand Supreme Purple Smoke Cauldron to deteriorate. But don't panic. Just refine some big pills in large quantities. After a long time, the effect should be restored. I'll refine a furnace of slow pills, which will take about 9 years. Let's wait and see after 9 years. Han Fei was dumbfounded when he heard this. Was it really that easy to refine pills? 9 years just to refine a furnace of pills? Soon, old Madame Chiu threw thousands of kinds of great medicines into the grand supreme purple smoke cauldron, ordered a half-king realm powerhouse to guard it, and then left. Han Fei wanted to ask old Madame Chiu to stay on the spot. However, considering that the old lady threw thousands of medicinal materials at once, he would feel bad if he didn't eat them. He might as well use them to temper his body first. It wouldn't be too late to leave after the medicinal power was consumed. 7 or 8 days later, the medicinal power of the thousands of medicinal materials in the grand supreme purple smoke cauldron had basically been exhausted, all transformed by Han Fei into the power of body tempering. Han Fei wished the old lady could throw thousands of more medicinal materials in. He could stay here until old Madame Chiu went bankrupt. Seeing that the grand supreme purple smoke cauldron was useless, Han Fei thought of something. A golden light leaped and appeared directly in the alchemy room. When Han Fei appeared, he saw a half-king realm alchemist's face change drastically, and he was about to shout. However, Han Fei's pressure descended and directly pressed him to the ground, unable to move. With a thought, Han Fei hooked out the sun-moon shell of this half-king realm alchemist, and then buckled the void lines to control this half-king realm alchemist. This time, he didn't even have the power to resist. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. The half-king realm alchemist calmed down and left the alchemy room. At this time, Han Fei said, "Old Yuan, prepare the turtle shell sky sealing array. As soon as old Madame Chiu comes in, I will immediately seal the array. Let's catch this old lady first." The old turtle said, "Just catch her alive? We're in someone else's territory." Han Fei said, "Cripple her first, and then catch her. After all, the Medicine King Sky has come this time, so he must take the grand supreme purple smoke cauldron. Wait, don't panic. I have to leave first." Han Fei directly used the Gemini divine technique. The white mist stayed in the alchemy room and entered the origin sea in the blink of an eye, and the black mist had quietly left. With the Han Wanxiang instrument as a guide, he directly found the treasure house of the Medicine King Valley. Ever since old Lady Chiu's 9th grade divine pill was stolen, she didn't seem to care about alchemy anymore. Putting himself in her shoes, it seemed to be the same. She had worked hard for too long and was about to succeed at the last step, but it was ruined by someone. It was a good thing that she didn't break down. However, instead of going to alchemy, old Lady Chiu also began to teach and guide the younger generation. At the same time, she often sensed the entire Medicine King Sky, for fear that Han Fei hadn't left yet. At this time, old Lady Chiu came out of a cave house and sensed a familiar figure. She immediately said, "Miao He, why don't you stay in my alchemy room? What are you doing here?" The half-king realm alchemist named Miao. He immediately bowed and said, "Master, please take a look at the grand supreme purple smoke cauldron. There may be something wrong with this cauldron." Old Lady Chiu's expression changed slightly and her figure disappeared. Then she appeared directly in the alchemy room. Because this was the place where she refined pills, and she didn't like to live in the divine palace, this place had always been surrounded by arrays. However, when she saw it, old Lady Chiu was stunned. Damn, there's more than a problem. Obviously, the alchemy had stopped. She planned to spend 9 years refining a cauldron of medicine, but the cauldron went out before the 9 days were up? Was there something wrong with it? Old Lady Chiu was about to ask, but suddenly she felt that a trace of strange power between heaven and earth had blocked her. Before she had time to call for help, she suddenly felt a fatal crisis. Her soul seemed to be about to explode. The only thing she could do in time was to summon a divine pellet to form a barrier around her soul to block her own soul. Poochie, the next moment, old Lady Chiu felt that a terrifying power that could make her body explode was cutting her body and destroying her will in an instant. But at this moment, at least old Lady Chiu hadn't been slaughtered yet. So she saw a person, a young man with a smile. exactly the same as the Han Fei she had seen in the portrait. Han Fei smiled leisurely. Master Chiu, we finally meet. Nice to meet you. Chapter 1913. Han Fei's appearance made the old lady's heart skip a beat. Things were different now. Han Fei first slaughtered Yu Meng and then the 4 Mad Kings. Both of them possessed extraordinary battle prowess. Especially the 4 Mad Kings, when they went crazy, they were definitely not weak. If Han Fei wasn't so strong, the Medicine King heaven wouldn't have been in such a mess. Before, everyone agreed that the Gemini divine technique was the best at escaping. Now it seemed that Han Fei was even better. At this moment, the old lady said, Han Fei, if you want revenge, why did you come to the Medicine King, heaven first? You've stolen the 9th grade divine pill and made trouble in the Soul Sea. Could it be that you want to kill this old woman? Han Fei grinned. I'm thinking, so what if I kill you? The old lady's heart sank. Han Fei is different from Jiang Linxian. He has no bottom line. The master of the Divine Palace has become a pirate in person. Besides, he killed many experts in the place where the king died. This has caused civil strife in the human race. How can such a person have a bottom line? The old lady said, although I'm not strong, I'm an ally of the world. All the things you've done in the Yin-Yang heaven are just to return to the chaotic ocean. If people know that you're a cruel person, what do you think the consequences will be? Han Fei sneered. Do you think I care about that? Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. In the 36 profound heavens, strength is everything. You've lived for so many years. You should know this. The old lady thought to herself, this Han Fei is really not a decent person. If such a person is given a chance to rise, what can he do in the future? The old lady's heart did a flip. She hit her crutch and said, Han Fei, what do you want? However, as soon as the old lady hit her crutch, power surged in Han Fei's body. Han Fei smiled faintly. Suddenly, the 100-beast soul devouring roar burst out. In the next second, he slashed out the heavenly god spike. Bam! The old lady's body exploded into pieces, and her soul was heavily injured again. Han Fei sneered. Sure enough, how can the master of the heavenly palace of medicine know how to use poison? Furthermore, the way he used poison was so brilliant. This is getting interesting. Mrs. Chiu wanted to escape, but at the moment when Han Fei drew out his knife, she gave up. She knew that the moment she broke out of this space and tried to escape would be the moment of her death. Now, Han Fei didn't really take action. Why? However, as long as Han Fei didn't kill him now, there should be room for negotiation. Mrs. Chiu was reborn and looked at Han Fei with an awful expression. What do you mean? I heard that the Grand Supreme Purple Smoke Furnace is a good thing. Then hand over this Imperial Purple Smoke cauldron first. Old Madame Chiu's expression was a little twisted as she said, What's the use of this cauldron? This is the pill furnace of my Medicine Kingdom. Do you know how to refine pills? If you don't, aren't you just a piece of trash? Han Fei shrugged. It's none of your business. I want you to give it to me now. Will you give it to me or not? Old Madame Chiu's face darkened. At this time, how could he say no? He heard her reply, Good. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. But you didn't come to the Medicine Kingdom just for a cauldron, did you? Han Fei said, Give it to me first. Let's continue the conversation. Old Madame Chiu. She had never seen such a person like Han Fei before. Why couldn't he just talk about it? Greedy and shameless. Why did he have to talk about something else after he got it? But there was nothing he could do. Now he was the meat on the chopping block. Old Madame Chiu thought of something and saw that souls and essence blood were collapsing in the Grand Supreme Purple Smoke Furnace. And old Madame Chiu vomited a mouthful of blood. Human holy artifacts were hard to come by. If the connection was forcibly cut off, it would backfire on the body. Han Fei, on the other hand, reached out to grab it without hesitation, and with a thought, stuffed it into the origin sea. Han Fei wasn't afraid that old Madame Chiu would play tricks on him. His origin sea was different from other people's. It was a special origin sea that had fused with Forge the universe. In this place he was a god. Seeing that the grand supreme purple smoke furnace was so easily obtained, Han Fei smiled and said, "The Medicine Kingdom was one of the main forces against the Yin-Yang heaven. At that time, the strength of the kings of the immortal palaces was similar. It was the Medicine Kingdom that supported the Grand Pure Palace and the Wuji Palace with your talent in alchemy, forcing the Waterwood Palace and the Yin-Yang Palace to move to the desolate abyss. Do you think it's so easy to end it?" Old Madame Chiu said, "Since you didn't kill me, you must have your reasons, right?" Han Fei grinned. "It seems that you know how to refine poison. Why don't I do it again? In the future, I can give some poison pills to the Grand Pure Palace and the Wuji Palace." Old Madame Chiu suddenly raised her head and stared at Han Fei, gritting her teeth. "You're trying to kill the Medicine Kingdom," Han Fei said with a smile. "Old Madame Chiu, I don't know who will die in the battle with the Grand Pure Palace and the Wuji Palace. Why don't you just sit here and watch? You'll know when it's time to pick a side. I'll get revenge for all the grudges in the past. Trust me, it won't take long." Old Madame Chiu was silent for a while. "You want to suppress the 36 immortal palaces?" Han Fei grinned and said leisurely, "Just give it a try. This agreement is between you, me, and the heavens and the earth. Anyway, the Medicine Kingdom must remember this. If I can do it once, I can do it twice or thrice. So many people here can't stop me. No matter how you set up a trap, how do you know you can stop me?" Old Madame Chiu didn't speak, seeming to be thinking about Han Fei's proposal. Han Fei said leisurely, "Oh, by the way, don't think that the Medicine Kingdom's mistake to the Yin-Yang heaven can be paid back so easily. I've taken the treasury of the Medicine Kingdom. You know, the Gemini divine technique is the best in the world." Ha ha ha. All of a sudden, the seal on this space disappeared. Old Madame Chiu only heard a rumble and looked at the treasury, only to see that it had been reduced to ashes. Several kings scanned the place with their perception. People kept saying, "Palace Master, the treasury has been robbed. Countless great medicines have been lost. Palace Master, the treasures were stolen, and the Medicine Kingdom's 1,000-year effort was burned to ashes. It must be that Han Fei. That thief has gone too far. Palace Master, the spirit fruits, the spiritual spring, and the ultra-quality spirit stones are all gone. That kid Han Fei must still be here." Old Madame Chiu's heart was a bit numb at this moment. She had thought that the Medicine Kingdom's biggest loss was the theft of the divine pills. But now it seemed that the theft of the divine pills was just the beginning. She couldn't help but think that the Palace Master of the Immortal Palace was unscrupulous, decisive, powerful, and quick-witted. Was it possible for such a person to suppress the 36 black heavens? The moment the Medicine Kingdom was in trouble, Bei Luochen appeared in the sky of the Medicine Kingdom in a very short time. An old man who looked like an immortal on a sword also appeared. However, everyone thought there would be some clues. However, he couldn't find anything. The deity on the sword side, "The damned Gemini divine technique is back." Bei Luochen said, "He took revenge on the Medicine Kingdom first. My grandson was probably used by this guy. What a Han Fei! What a Yin-Yang heaven! Back then they ran away. If we can't kill them this time, who knows what kind of trouble they will cause in the future." Pooh! Old Madame Chiu vomited blood. She seemed to have aged dozens of years. So what if she was the Palace Master, who told her not to be the strongest? At that moment, old Madame Chiu understood that no matter how unparalleled her alchemy skills were, how could she resist the tyranny of the strong? At the end of the day, she was not strong enough to stop Han Fei. If it were the Grand Pure Palace or the Wuji Palace, Would Han Fei dare to go there? Master! Palace master! Seeing that old Madame Chiu was injured, many people gathered around. However, old Madame Chiu propped up her walking stick and said to Bei Luochen and the sword-stepping immortal, North King, fellow cultivator Xianqing, there's nothing in the Medicine Kingdom worth his attention. The Medicine Kingdom is the first to be robbed of the 9th grade divine pills, the Grand Supreme purple smoke furnace, and the treasure vault. But we won't be the last. Take care of yourselves. 3 months later, in a certain sea area, a golden light flashed. Accompanied by the golden light, Han Fei's figure slowly appeared. Phew! The golden light leaped 200,000 kilometers, which was already the limit. However, it was fast enough. Unfortunately, I almost saw the river of time. A big ship rushed over from a distance. The next moment, Xuanning and Su Ran said, Welcome, Captain. Han Fei nodded slightly. The Avenger appeared on the sea. The next moment, the illusion of mountains and rivers appeared, and everyone appeared on the sea. Xia Shaochan came to Han Fei immediately. Are you okay? Han Fei smiled. I'm fine. I made a fortune. As soon as they appeared, Han Fei scanned them with his perception and found that they seemed to have improved a lot. More than a dozen people had made breakthroughs. Su Daiji and Yixian had become half venerables. Chu Jinan and Ling Yuan had become venerables. Han Fei nodded with satisfaction and said, From today on, everyone will start closed-door training. We will adjust the time of looting to once a year. At the same time, I will preach to you once a year. Wow! Thank you, Human King. Thank you. Xuanning and Su Ran were dumbfounded. Human King? How dare he use this name? Chapter 1914. The battle in the Medicine King, heaven, attracted the entire chaotic ocean. First of all, Wang Yijian appeared again. The title of Kingslayer with one sword shocked many people again. Even the Grand Pure and Wuji had to be cautious. Han Fei's looting of the Medicine King heaven and taking away the 9th grade divine pill also shocked the world, and he was able to escape safely from the heavy encirclement. Han Fei's name had become a big taboo in the chaotic ocean. Every day, many people in the martial Emperor City asked about the Avenger. However, the vengeance seemed to have vanished without a trace. It rarely appeared again. For years later, on an abandoned waterway, a starfish was making a breakthrough. There was also a young man who broke through with the starfish. It was Xingyu who used to be the weakest. But at this moment, Xingyu's strength had reached the beginner venerable level. This time he was breaking through to the peak of the beginner venerable level. And the hexagon starfish was surrounded by spiritual energy storms and whirlpools. Its strength had reached the peak of the venerable level. For a total of 5 years, they drifted on the sea and fought day and night. Basically, everyone's strength had improved by a whole level. At this moment, not to mention all the venerables, there were as many as 15 half-king powerhouses, including Song Kaiyuan and Xueran. The number of peak-level venerable powerhouses had reached 9, and the number of advanced venerables had reached as many as 20. Among them, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Liren Kuang had all reached the peak of the advanced venerable level. This was once an unreachable height, but now, after only 5 years in the chaotic ocean, everyone's strength had skyrocketed. That was because there were countless marine creatures and innumerable experts. Every day, it was as if they were dancing on the tip of a blade. But in the past 5 years, 3 people had died. The reason was that the Avengers collided with the Divine Sect Pirates, one of the top 10 pirate groups. Han Fei and Li Huxia were fighting, so he couldn't take care of all the battles. That battle made Han Fei realize that even among the top 10 pirate groups, there were always people better than you. Li Huxia's strength was probably among the top 10 in the chaotic ocean. Therefore, after the collision, Han Fei stopped in time. The apocalyptic divine technique saved 7 or 8 people before he retreated safely. Otherwise, there would be more casualties. But Li Huxia didn't have such an apocalyptic divine art. In that battle, the divine sect pirates lost 13 venerables, which was considered a small defeat. After that, many people wanted to see the scene of the Peace Pirate Group and the Avengers Pirate Group meeting. Who would be able to secure the top 3 spots? Of course, their expectations were destined to be in vain, because in the past 5 years, the entire Avengers had been searching for the 9-palace sky. If Han Fei went to look for it alone, he might have found it long ago, but he was dragging a boat full of people. Therefore, Han Fei's speed was much slower when he was searching for the way while he was practicing. On this day, Hexagon Starfish and Xing Yu had just broken through. Half an hour later, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. The abandoned route had disappeared, and they were lost in it. After appearing out of nowhere, the fleet encountered a giant sea beast. It was an incomparably huge sea leech that was more than 500 miles long. Except for Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, Xuanning, and Su Ran, no one else had ever seen such a huge creature. They couldn't see the end at a glance, and they were all dumbfounded. When the huge sea leech saw the Avengers, it roared, and the sound wave was like a knife, directly strangling the Avengers. For this sea leech, sound waves might be its unique technique. If this sound wave really swept over, it would be difficult for anyone below the advanced venerable level to resist it. Han Fei stood on the bow of the ship, raised his hand, and launched a yin-yang reincarnation knife. With Han Fei's current strength, even if he didn't use the power of the Great Path, ordinary creatures couldn't compare to him. The yin-yang reincarnation knife easily shattered the sound wave like a hot knife through butter. But immediately afterward, the power of this knife was shattered by the overlapping vibration sound of the sea leech. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. This was just a reincarnation. However, in less than a minute, the yin-yang reincarnation knife appeared again. Only then did the sea leech realize the horror of the yin-yang reincarnation knife. Just now, it barely resisted the second reincarnation, and the third yin-yang reincarnation knife appeared again. Puff! Puff! In an instant, the sea leech was injured. Han Fei thought he could easily take down the sea leech, but unexpectedly it flapped its body and set off huge waves on the sea. In the rain curtain, Han Fei suddenly felt the space change. When the water curtain dispersed, Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The huge sea leech disappeared? In an instant, a group of half-kings came to Han Fei's side. Xia Shaochan asked, "Where's the sea leech?" Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Oh my God, that thing is too big, isn't it? Is this the so-called behemoth clan? If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have been killed by it." Luo Xiaobai asked, "How did it suddenly disappear with such a huge body?" Han Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Array." Array? Everyone couldn't help but exclaim and look at Han Fei in surprise, wondering how big the array must be to enclose such a large area. After discovering that this was an array, Han Fei knew that he should be in the right position. The 9-palace sky was best at arrays. As it happened, Han Fei had used up the nautical panorama today, so there was really no way to find the way. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. Formations were things that required the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to operate. Han Fei took a deep breath. Above this sea area, a large amount of spiritual energy was extracted by Han Fei. Immediately afterward, Han Fei stepped on a large spirit gathering array. With a crackling sound, the spirit gathering array flickered constantly, and endless spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Han Fei said, "Since you're here, take things as they come. Your experience is almost over. It's time to meditate for a while. Swallow them all." There were a total of 55 venerables in this area, including as many as 15 half-kings. How much spiritual energy could they absorb? It could be imagined. In less than 100 breaths of time, the array formation changed decisively. Obviously, the existence behind this array couldn't stand it anymore. So many people are eating the spiritual energy and energy in front of my door. If they continue to eat like this, no matter how strong the array is, it will be eaten up. This time, the array changed, and what appeared was a killing array. The person behind probably thought, since they can't be driven away and their energy and spiritual energy are still being absorbed by them, let's directly open the killing array. At that moment, within 10,000 kilometers, mist began to shroud. Gray shadows appeared one after another. Sword chi crisscrossed in this place, and knife light flashed. Only one sword strike was aimed at Han Fei. That sword strike seemed to have been prepared for a long time. As soon as the sword strike was launched, the sky and the earth changed color, and the waves and seawater suddenly solidified. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. He activated the power of the Great Path, and his momentum suddenly erupted. The Great Path converged into one instantly condensed on his fingertip. However, even so, Han Fei still felt that the opponent's sword intent had been prepared for a long time and was too powerful. Han Fei roared, and behind Han Fei, a giant more than 200 meters tall appeared out of thin air. Rumble, the terrifying explosion stirred up a whirlpool of 100 kilometers, and the ripples spread out for more than tens of thousands of kilometers. Han Fei was pushed back dozens of kilometers by the sword strike. However, the firmament Dharma stretched out its hands fiercely and blocked in front of Han Fei and the Avenger with its fists. In this way, Han Fei managed to block the strongest killing move. At this moment, the people on the Avenger were dealing with the knife lights and sword shadows all over the sky. Han Fei shouted, "The Nine-Palace Heaven has sealed the sky for so many years. Do you really not know anything about the outside world? Even the Avenger pirates want to block it?" As Han Fei spoke, he casually raised his sword and slashed at the void 10,000 kilometers away. Clang! The mist in the area quickly dissipated. The knife lights and sword shadows all over the sky were also turned into ashes. At this point, the sea finally calmed down. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It seemed that the power of the Nine-Palace Heaven was not weak. It could even force me to use the firmament Dharma. With this move, Han Fei knew that there were still strong masters in the Nine-Palace Heaven, and it was very likely that they were the kind of existences that could rival the top 10 of the chaotic ocean expansion realm. To put it bluntly, Han Fei's current extreme strength was definitely among the top 10 of the sea expansion realm. However, the time he had been a king was still too short, and his origin sea was still constantly strengthening. Now he had the 8-9 abstruse pill to cultivate. Most of the resources he robbed were used to feed the little vine. Up to now, the second pill hadn't fully matured yet. Han Fei estimated that it would probably take a few years for the second pill to fully mature, because the little vine was not absorbing resources so fast and so crazily now. Obviously, it also had a maturity period. At this moment, although the sea was turbulent, there was no array to hinder it. Where did the sea leach from before run off to? At this moment, the Avenger was floating on the sea. Han Fei's perception swept across the world, inch by inch, within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Then, Han Fei found that this place was a continuous undersea mountain range. The mountain range seemed ordinary, but with a glance with the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei immediately found that the layout of the earth veins here was very interesting. Using the manifold of the earth veins as the lines, this entire large area with a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers was set up into a large array. The complexity of the array exceeded all the large arrays that Han Fei had ever seen. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Since you know that someone is coming, do you still need the guests to break the array for you to see?" After a moment of silence, a voice leisurely sounded between heaven and earth. "No need." Chapter 1915. This "no need" caused the expressions of everyone on the Avenger to turn serious. However, came to Han Fei's side immediately. She knew that this was the Nine-Palace sky. Theoretically, it was also her home. Xuanning and Su Ran looked at each other in shock. The Nine-Palace sky that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years was found by Han Fei in 5 years. Besides, in the past 5 years he had been looking for the Nine-Palace sky. Thousands of kilometers away. Complex array patterns lit up one after another. In a pile of array patterns, a middle-aged man in green clothes stood on the sea. This person resembled old Han somewhat. They were both cultured and refined. This man had one hand behind his back and the other raised, with a strange box floating in his hand. That box gave Han Fei a very dangerous feeling. Han Fei had a hunch that if he fought with this person, he might not necessarily be able to win. The middle-aged man glanced at so many people behind Han Fei and then said, "I thought you would find it earlier. I didn't expect it to take so long." Han Fei said, "There were some delays on the way. My Avenger needs some of its own strength." The middle-aged man nodded slightly. "Would you like to temporarily take them into the Origin Sea?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment and then nodded slightly. Han Fei said, "And all into my Origin Sea?" Luo Xiaobai asked, "Do you need us to stay outside?" Han Fei shook his head and said no. "If necessary, I will let you out as soon as possible." Xia Shaochan nodded. "I'll stay outside with you." Han Yin'er added, "I'll stay outside too." Han Fei nodded slightly. After a while, when everyone entered Han Fei's Origin Sea, Han Fei said, "Okay, may I ask who you are, Your Excellency? Are you the current palace master of the Nine-Palace sky?" The middle-aged man smiled. "I am your uncle." Han Fei was stunned for a moment and thought, "Don't brag to me. Even my father didn't say anything about this." Han Fei was stunned for a long time and then asked, "Why do you think so?" The middle-aged man said, "I was the one who gave you your name." Han Fei said hurriedly, "I wasn't born in the chaotic ocean." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. "That was when I was young. Wasn't it normal for brothers to talk about this? Before your father developed a good impression of Jiang Linxian, we already discussed it. Your father wanted to use the word Zhao, implying that the people of Zhao depended on it. I said that the character Fei is like a bird's wings spreading out to the left and right. It means to soar into the sky, to be free and unrestrained, and to dare to defy." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "You just talked about your son's name. You don't care about your daughter?" The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Yes. That's also what I came up with. If I get a daughter, it will be the word hidden. Daughters should be taken good care of and not thrown out to cause trouble." The reason why it was hidden was because if he was born a woman, he would teach her the Tao of formations, allowing her to control formations without fear, hiding behind the formation and not showing off. Han Fei and Han Yin couldn't help but glance at each other. The middle-aged man looked at Han Yin and said, "I was wondering, why did you leave 2 people outside? I actually have a niece." "That's true. You two don't seem to have inherited your parents' looks." Han Fei, Han Yin'er. Han Fei had thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who the F***CK knew that it would become a scene of marriage. He felt that he had gone to the wrong set in a daze. After meeting Han Fei and Han Yin, the middle-aged man nodded slightly at Xia Shaochan. "Greetings, Princess Mingzhu." Xia Shaochan was also a little stunned and shy, feeling like she was meeting her parents. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Wait, you said you were my uncle. Why didn't my father tell me your name?" However, the middle-aged man said, "We don't have the same goals. Your father boasted that he could calculate everything in the world, so he created the Nine-Palace ruler of Providence. I, your uncle, combined the art of divination and was good at studying tools, so I created the 1,000 trickeries divine ghost plate. How can everything in the world and the thousands of races in the vast ocean be calculated? Of course I killed them. My name is Han Xian. Your father is not here. so I am in charge of the 9-palace heaven." As he spoke, the strange box in Han Xian's hand began to spin. Every time this plate spun, Han Fei saw an array appear. In just a moment, hundreds of array patterns emerged. An extremely weird teleportation array dazzled Han Fei. Han Fei wanted to see if this array was dangerous from the teleportation array. However, after looking at it for a long time, he found that this array seemed to have layers of concealment, and he couldn't see through it completely. Han Xian said, "If you don't believe me, you can use the 9-palace ruler of providence." Even if Han Xian didn't say it, he could use it. Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the 9-palace ruler of providence appeared. As the ruler slid, it soon fell on the peace hexagram. Han Xian said, "This 9-palace ruler of providence can only measure luck. Forcibly changing luck is equivalent to changing the heavenly way, which consumes a lot of energy. Your uncle's 1,000 trickeries divine turtle plate gathers tens of thousands of arrays and is good at attacking and changing arrays. Which one do you think is stronger?" Han Fei, Han In seeing that they didn't respond, Han Xian shrugged. "Forget it. Let's go. The population of the 9-palace heaven is declining, and it is not as prosperous as before." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the teleportation array turned, Han Fei only felt that the void was twisted, as if he had bypassed multiple space nodes in the teleportation. Only then did the teleportation array stop. When the three of them landed, they saw a semicircular floating island with a diameter of only 3,000 kilometers at most. In the center of the floating island, the immortal palace stood on this floating island. There were no mountains or rivers here. There were only 3 mountains in the entire 9-palace heaven. On this 3,000-kilometer-long floating island, there were all kinds of strange houses that looked like giant warehouses. The real place for human beings to live was actually only 500 kilometers in radius. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Only so few people. Han Xian said, "Actually, it's not bad. Since the war back then, the 9-palace heaven has fallen apart. The 36 cities have been divided, and the main city has been broken. I might as well go all the way and run away with half of the floating island, because the 9-palace heaven only has such a large territory left. The consumption of maintaining it is much less, and the existence of the immortal palace will attract a huge amount of energy. So I released it and placed it directly on the island. In this way, the 9-palace heaven is hidden enough. No one can find the 9-palace heaven according to the consumption of resources." Han Fei said in surprise, "But it has to be consumed anyway." Han Xian said, "So I reopened the non-route area and made a variety of disguises, pretending that the 9-palace heaven is a cultivation place for behemoths." "Then what is that sea leech just now?" Han Xian said, "That's a behemoth. I created a unique terrain for the behemoth, a kind of illusion suitable for cultivation. Occasionally I will hunt one and bring it back, which is enough for the entire 9-palace heaven for a long time." The 3 of them were speechless. Look at what he's saying. Hunting giant beasts, using them as shields, and providing energy for the people on the island? Ina said, "These houses are so strange." Han Xian smiled and said, "Girl, this is not an ordinary house. All the training of the 9-palace heaven powerhouses is here. To put it bluntly, from the Fisher realm to the Venerable realm, it can be completed in the 9-palace heaven. Every building here is a trial field. You can try it when you have time." Han Fei and the other 2 couldn't help but look at each other. It sounded like a very awesome thing to do, and Han Fei felt as if he had come to a super-modern mechanical city. Of course, the architectural style was still relatively primitive. However, the growth mechanism here was extremely extraordinary. Only the 9-palace heavens would be able to mass-produce experts. After a while, Han Xian led everyone to the residence. The buildings here were all of a unified architectural style, like townhouses, very much like a military-managed dormitory. At the moment when Han Fei and the others arrived, they saw countless people walking out of each house. Those who could perceive Han Fei and the others were not weak. Some people saw Han Fei and the others with their own eyes, so they all looked up curiously. Han Xian said, "In the Nine Palace Heaven there are only people who go out and no one who comes back. In the Nine Palace Heaven, there is a rule that if you want to go out, you can never return, and you need to hide your identity forever." Han Fei keenly noticed a problem, and he immediately said, "Wait, then how did Uncle Xian know about us?" Han Xian smiled and said, "I have my own channels. Besides, it's quite timely. I know a little about your movements in the past few years. You did a good job in the Medicine King Heaven. But why didn't you just kill old Lady Chiu? That old guy should die too." Han Xian gave Han Fei a different feeling from old Han. Although both of them looked gentle and elegant, old Han was really gentle and elegant. Han Xian, on the other hand, was superficial. His words were full of murderous intent. Han Fei said lazily, "They are still useful. It's meaningless to kill them now." Han Xian smiled and said, "You have your own plans, that's enough. Come, let me introduce the current power of the Nine Palace Heaven to you." Chapter 1916. The total population of Jiugongtian was even smaller than Han Fei had imagined. Even though Jiugongtian had been resting for tens of thousands of years, its population was still less than 20 million. To be honest, such a small number of people might not even be as large as the population of a town. Seeing Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's shocked faces, Han Xian said, "Didn't your father tell you? Has the permanent population of Jiugongtian always been the smallest among the 36 immortal palaces?" Han Fei shook his head. "No," Xia Xiaochan said, "because the people of Jiugongtian are smarter. In the beginning, when human beings divided forces, Jiugongtian had the strictest requirements. The selected people can be mediocre, but they must be smart and have a certain amount of wisdom." Han Fei said in surprise, "What's the reason? Can people be smart if they don't have talent?" Han Xian smiled. "Princess, you're so knowledgeable. Jiugongtian calculates the world and controls algebra, arrays, and the 1,000 tricks method. Without a certain amount of wisdom, they may not even know what we study. Being smart is not a sin. You can't ask ordinary people to bear the eyes of countless smart people. Therefore, at the beginning of the construction of the palace, the population of Jiugongtian was the smallest. The total population of the entire Jiugongtian was no more than 200 million people. Later in the war, the 36 towns were taken away. More than half of the main cities were also taken away. Naturally, our number dropped significantly. Now, I'm already doing my best to maintain the number of 20 million. Han Fei smiled. "After tens of thousands of years, haven't you given birth to more children?" Han Xian looked sideways at Han Fei. Humans are not reproductive machines. Most of the time of a sage needs to be spent on research and cultivation. Love, of course, will be abandoned by many people. If it weren't for my mandatory requirement that female cultivators should not be single for more than 1,000 years and have no less than 5 children in their lifetime, how could there be so many people in Jiugongtian? Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, Han Yiner, Han Fei, and the other two were silent and had nothing to say. So, when a person's intelligence reached a certain level, love would no longer be meaningful. They even had no desire to give birth to children. Han Xian didn't tell them much about this, but took them to a tall tower in the immortal palace. At this time, many people looked at them, and a large number of powerhouses scanned them with their perception. Han Fei could draw a preliminary conclusion. Jiugongtian was very strong. Although there were only a few of them, they were very strong. Han Xian stood at the top of the pagoda that was thousands of feet tall. Looking down at the bottom of the pagoda, his voice unhurried. "Why hasn't your father come out yet?" Han Xian's personality was different from old Han's, which Han Fei could tell. Han Xian was more radical, but he was definitely a genius. Han Fei said, "Does he have something more important to do?" The corners of Han Xian's mouth curled up slightly. What more important thing could he have? If it wasn't for cultivation, then it could only be your mother, Jiang Linxian. Are they in trouble? Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, it's no small trouble. Han Xian asked. A sea expansion realm cultivator can't solve it. Even the heaven opening stage can't solve it. Han Xian's gaze was distant. A problem that even the heaven opening stage could not solve? It didn't seem to be something that he could solve now. He said, "They're really good at causing trouble. Fei, it's a good thing that you haven't stayed in Jiugongtian since you were young. This Jiugongtian, even today, is still like a cage. You need to wait for an opportunity to break this cage. However, it's not time yet. You coming here is not enough to let Jiugongtian come out." Han Fei couldn't help thinking, I didn't want to let Jiugongtian come out. In fact, when he first came here, Han Fei wasn't even sure if he could find it. Obviously, Han Fei didn't know that there would be people waiting for him in Jiugongtian. As for whether the people in Jiugongtian were good or bad, did he still remember old Han? Han Fei didn't know anything. Therefore, Han Fei didn't expect Jiugongtian to come out. At this time, he suddenly had an uncle who seemed to help him solve a lot of problems. However, Han Xian was right. Even if Han Fei found Jiugongtian now, even if the current owner of Jiugongtian was his uncle, so what? Even if he was his uncle, he had never seen him before. Just as Han Xian said, Jiugongtian wouldn't come out so easily. But in fact, the purpose of Han Fei coming to Jiugongtian was not to let Jiugongtian come out immediately, but to prepare for the birth of Yinyang Heaven. Even if Jiugongtian came out now, could it compete with the Grand Pure One and Wuji? Obviously, this was also not very possible. Therefore, Han Fei only knew the location of Jiugongtian now, so that he could have some allies when Yinyang Heaven couldn't hold on anymore and had to come out in the future. Only with more allies could Han Fei have enough combat power to compete with the Grand Pure One and Wuji. Han Fei nodded slightly and then said, Yinyang Heaven, maybe in a few decades, maybe in 100 years, it will definitely come out. At present, I have united the 8 palaces, but it's still not enough. Han Xian smiled slightly. Let me guess. Sword God, Grand Xian, colored glass, Wuliang, snow, myriad poison, plus waterwood, and Yinyang who fell into the abyssal chasm. A total of 8 palaces, right? Han Fei couldn't help but look sideways at Han Xian. If Han Xian knew that he had united the Sword God and the Grand Xian 4 palaces, it wouldn't be a big deal. But how did he know about ice, snow, and myriad poison heaven? Han Xian smiled and said, Don't be surprised. It's very simple for you to unite with ice snow. Shuezhan of the Snow God's temple suddenly appeared in the world. He was an arrogant, heavenly talent, but he died in the trial of Martial Emperor City. Obviously, there's something wrong with this. Think about the news about the place where King died. With the probability calculation of my Qianji Divine Ghost Disc, there is a 70% chance that Shuezhan is your clone. Although I'm not sure how you can project a clone at the Venerable Realm. Han Fei frowned. What about myriad poison heaven? Han Xian looked at Han Fei and said, This is even simpler. Wang Yijin died as early as 6,000 years ago. Maybe it's a secret to others, but not to me. If you really transformed into Wang Yijin just to stir up trouble, you would have succeeded on the day when the 9th grade divine pill appeared. Under normal logic, you shouldn't have stayed. Even if you needed to plunder the resources of the Medicine King Heaven, you shouldn't have stayed for so long. After almost 2 months, you robbed the Grand Supreme Purple Smoke Furnace and the treasury of the Medicine King Heaven. In fact, robbing the treasury was just a camouflage, wasn't it? The Grand Supreme Purple Smoke Furnace is your goal. So, myriad poison heaven must be your ally. Han Fei was surprised. You know the gossip about the myriad poison heaven and the Medicine King Heaven? Han Xian smiled and said, We're from the same era. What don't I know? Huang Jie and Qiu, you have been flirting with each other since they were young. Wouldn't I be stupid if I didn't know? Han Fei didn't want to tell Han Xian which immortal palaces he had united with. But smart people were not easy to deceive. At this moment, Han Xian said, "Do you know? In fact, no matter how many palaces you unite with, what's the fundamental gap between you and the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao?" Han Fei said, "Of course I do. The most fundamental difference between them was in terms of strength. We don't have a heaven-opening state expert on our side." Han Xian nodded slightly. "Yes, the world of cultivators is like this. No matter how smart you are, how eloquent you are, and how many allies you have, if your combat power is inferior to your opponent, you are inferior. Therefore, if you really want to compete with the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao, you will only rely on one thing, strength." Han Fei was silent. "I can't be sure when the Yin-Yang Heaven will appear." At this moment, Han Xian shook his head and said, "You're wrong. What does the time of the Yin-Yang Heaven's appearance have to do with you?" Han Fei, Xia Shaochan and Han Yin both looked at him. What did Han Xian mean? Han Xian smiled and said, "I said that if you want to compete with the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao, you basically rely on strength. Although you are the master of the Yin-Yang Heaven, so what? If the Yin-Yang Heaven can't survive, will you, the master of the Yin-Yang Heaven, be buried with it? No, not only can you not unite many forces, you even have to give up the Yin-Yang Heaven to protect yourself. For the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao, the greatest danger has never been the Yin-Yang Heaven, but you." Han Xian's words directly pointed at Han Fei's weakness. Han Xian's words were actually the same as Luo Xiaobai's. They were actually the same kind of people, extremely rational. If they could see the destruction of an immortal palace rationally, they could slaughter an immortal palace with their own hands. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of a saying, "All living beings are ants." At this moment, Han Fei seemed to understand what it meant. The Heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all living beings as dogs. In fact, if they left the Yin-Yang Palace, could the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao destroy all the people of the Yin-Yang Heaven? It was impossible. Therefore, when their strength was insufficient, abandoning the Yin-Yang Palace seemed to be a rational choice. However, at that time, the billions of humans in the Yin-Yang Heaven might very well be enslaved by the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao. Han Fei fell silent and heard Han Xian say, "Actually, it's not completely impossible. In this world, the Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao are not the only ones with heaven-opening realm experts." Han Xian said, "The Grand Pure One, the Wuji Heavenly Tao, the God-confirmant Heavenly Tao, the Sword God, and the Chaos Heavenly Tao are known to have heaven-opening realm experts. Now, you have only fought for the Sword God Palace. The Chaos Heavens has never touched either side. As for the God-confirmant Heavens," Han Xian could not help but look at Xia Shaochan. "The God-confirmant Heaven has quite a number of experts." Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Han Xian added, "Even if you fight for the Chaos Heavens, you can still find King Wu to hold the line for you. You have temporarily established yourself, but you have also successfully caused internal strife in the human race. The Grand Pure One and the Wuji Heavenly Tao are used to being domineering. No matter how domineering your Yin-Yang Heaven is, if they really fight, the 100 demons, the underwater humans, and the merfolk royalty will definitely kick them while they watch the show. They might even launch an all-out attack on the human race. This is the overall situation." Chapter 1917. Han Xian's words made Han Fei's heart cold. As long as Han Fei had a rebuttal, he could refute it. More importantly, Han Fei couldn't refute it. The reason why the Grand Pure One and the Limitless One could rule the 36 immortal palaces was because they had heaven-opening experts. In terms of high-end combat power, his side was indeed unable to withstand it. Although he was also very strong now, because he was not the strongest, he was still very passive. Suddenly he heard Ener say, "Uncle, how do we deal with this situation?" Han Fei thought of something. That's right. Since Han Xian was able to see through the mystery behind it with a single sentence, he had naturally considered this problem long ago. Other than abandoning the Yinyang sky and Shuemu sky, was there no other way? Han Xian said with a smile, "Ener is really quick-witted. Han Fei, boy, you're still too inexperienced. In this world, there are always more solutions than difficulties." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "What else can we do in such a situation?" Han Xian grinned and said, "Emperor Killer." Han Fei's brain went haywire. What the hell is this? Emperor Slayer? Was it so easy to kill an emperor? Han Fei's lips twitched. Well, is there anything simpler? Han Xian looked at Han Fei and said, "Yes, waiting for you to split open the sky. I believe that with my nephew's potential, once he opens the heavens, the grand pure old monster and the limitless old dog will all be fish meat." Han Fei was amused. "How about something simpler?" Han Xian said leisurely, "To put it bluntly, the yin-yang heaven is your burden. Once you get rid of this burden, you'll have nothing to worry about. But how to solve this burden? I need to see you. This is the obstruction of your great Tao and also your tribulation. Perhaps you can entrust your hopes to fate. The later the yin-yang heaven appears, the more opportunities you have." Han Xian said vaguely. Seeing Han Fei's worried face, he couldn't help but smile. "Okay, it's your first time home. Relax. When I said Emperor Slayer, I wasn't joking with you. Do you really think that I have nothing better to do?" Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Slaughtering an emperor is easier said than done. Compared to this, I think it might be easier for me to become a Renhuang first. Han Xian couldn't help but laugh. "That's why I said that your father's Tao is to plot against the world. Your uncle's Tao is to attack the world. Fei! Are you interested in studying your uncle's Qianji godly ghost compass? Well, let's wait. There seems to be a lot of people interested in us. There seems to be quite a number of elites in Nine Palace Heaven." Han Xian couldn't help but say, "Woo, you can release your people now." Since he was already here, he naturally had to stay for a period of time. Since we're here, how can we not experience the trials of the Nine Palace Heaven? Han Fei nodded slightly. Han Fei jumped down from the tower and landed on the ground. With a thought, Luo Xiaobai and the others appeared one after another. Lu Renkuang said, "Where are we? Is this the legendary Nine Palace Heaven?" Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "Fei, are we in?" Luo Xiaobai looked at them and thought to herself, it shouldn't be a big deal. However, as she scanned the surroundings, she realized that there were very few plants in the 9 palaces. At this time, Han Xian said, "Interesting. The beasts, the Sky Clan, the Demonic Plant Clan, the Insect Clan, the Human Clan. Your people are quite mixed." Everyone couldn't help but look at Han Xian, and then their faces all changed. Although Han Xian showed a very gentle temperament, the faint suppression of his level made everyone feel pressure. Luo Xiaobai and the others couldn't help but feel suspicious. If this person was in the sea expansion realm, then he must be a very powerful one. Song Kaiyuan, Jian Hui, and the others were secretly shocked. Han Fei might really have a way to leave the chaotic ocean. Even the 9 palace heaven hidden in the chaotic azure sea had been searched by countless people, but he was still able to find it. How could an ordinary person be able to do it? As for Xuanning and Su Ran, they looked at each other. They were originally pirates who committed all sorts of crimes. However, ever since they arrived on the Avengers, they did not feel like pirates at all. This was simply to create a terrifying force that was full of half-king realm cultivators and planned to subvert the 36 mysterious heavens. At this moment, everyone looked at Han Xian and then at the 9 palace heaven that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, feeling complicated. What kind of magical divine palace was this? Han Xian said lightly, All venerable realm cultivators gather. Hum swish, 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 swish. One by one, the figures quickly landed on the square below the tower. Han Fei glanced around, and his heart was filled with shock. A team of as many as 3,500 venerables. He had only seen this kind of déjà vu when he was in the martial emperor trial in the martial emperor city. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu also looked at each other. Is this the divine palace in the chaotic ocean? Exalt realm experts are already numerous to such an extent? Zhang Xuanyu said leisurely. This number is a bit too much. Lu Renquang asked. If we fight them, how can we fight? Luo Xiaobai shook her head slightly. This is the gap in heritage. The point is that this place is still very small. And Han Fei had the same opinion as Luo Xiaobai. 3,500 venerables were born out of a mere 20 million people. Was this a joke? Could it be that the ratio of smart people to strong ones was very high? Han Fei glanced around and found that there were as many as 50 half-king realm cultivators among them, as many as 300 peak-stage venerables, as many as 1,000 advanced venerables. Han Fei couldn't help looking at Han Xian. Uncle Xian, I want to know, how strong are you? Han Xian smiled and said, As for me, with the Qianji divine ghost disc in hand, I can defeat anyone below the sky opening realm. Han Fei found that Han Xian and old Han seemed to be brothers. In terms of self-perception, the two were really alike. To think that he could say such arrogant words. At the very least, his strength could not be too low. However, judging from the sword strike he took just now, Han Xian was probably not lying. This was the first person he had met who forced him to use the firmament Dharma body in one move. Han Xian's leisurely voice fell in the crowd. He said, 80,000 years ago, the 9 temples collapsed. The previous palace master, my brother, fought the enemies with the yin and yang, the waterwood and the golden crow, and fell into a strange place. Now my nephew, a king, has returned, established the Avengers, and swept away all the enemies. Now they are home. Everyone welcome. Clap, clap, clap in the warm applause. Many people in the 9 temples heaven were also surprised. Someone was stunned. The Avengers turned out to be one of our own? Someone was surprised. So the son of the previous palace master has also become a king? It's really amazing that he can come back. Someone said young Master Han Fei, right? I heard that he got the inheritance of the martial emperor in the martial emperor city and is very talented. Could it be that you want to inherit the 9 palaces? Someone shook his head. How can the 9 temples be unified? But the heaven arithmetics sect may have a chance to rise again. Hearing many people's whispers, Han Fei couldn't help but look at Han Xian. Is the 9 temples, heaven, very familiar with the outside world? Han Xian said with a smile, Every month, I have to sort out the events of the outside world, big or small, into a book. Of course, they know you. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It seems that the 9 temples heaven has a wide range of information channels outside. Every month, they can sort out the events of the outside world into a book. Isn't it just like publishing a newspaper? It's so easy. Han Xian seemed to have been prepared for Han Fei's return. Han Xian said, Come, it's rare for my nephew to come back with so many people. As guests, why don't you take these little friends to experience the many trial fields of the 9 temples heaven and treat them well? Everyone. Han Fei asked, Treat them like this? Han Xian smiled and said, Since they're here, how can they not experience the 9 temples trial? Han Fei said, Why don't we go and have a look together? Han Xian nodded. Okay, then let's start with the basic venerable trial. This was a very strange way of greeting, which seemed warm and weird. Han Fei didn't expect this at all. Han Fei proposed this idea, and Han Xian personally led Han Fei and the others to the so-called most basic trial field for venerables. Everyone stood here, and the room looked like a large warehouse. However, the walls, top and underground of the warehouse were all paved with strange stones. Everywhere, there were densely packed formations engraved. Han Xian glanced back casually, pointed at whoever he saw, and pouted. "You go and have a try." The venerable was only an intermediate venerable, and Han Xian happened to see him. However, this person didn't feel nervous at all, but stepped into the middle of the warehouse with a relaxed step. After pausing for 2 minutes, under the shocked gazes of Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and the others, all the arrays in the sky and on the ground were fully activated, and a massive number of needle shadows were launched. Those needle shadows didn't appear randomly. Instead, according to the movements, reactions, and pauses of the cultivators, they erupted with spiritual energy needles that had the speed of a venerable. Following that, the middle-grade venerable one in the square either shifted his body slightly, evaded the needles in an illogical way, or blocked them with his weapon every time the silver needles were thrown at him. In an instant, this person turned into a ray of light and moved in the rain. Hiss! For a moment, many people on Han Fei's side exclaimed, "So fast!" Xing Yu said, "What a simple dodge." Su Sanqian said, "That person's body changes are comparable to our movement techniques." Luo Xiaobai said, "The reaction of his soul and body are completely unified and very coordinated. However, I feel that that person isn't agile enough." That's right. This kind of training is more or less like training. The effect should be good, but after all, it wasn't achieved in a real life and death battle. Therefore, it lacks the agility of a cultivator. Han Fei saw this too. He said, "You suppress your cultivation realm and spar with this person." When Zhang Xuanyu heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself, Han Fei doesn't even bother to show his face to such an extent now. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "I was waiting for you to say that." Zhang Xuanyu suppressed his strength to the intermediate venerable realm and stepped into the trial field. Immediately, countless spiritual energy needles shone on him. A rod shadow appeared in his hand, and he stood on the ground. He flicked the rod repeatedly, and as the rod shadows vibrated, the surrounding void trembled. The positions of the needle shadows began to change subtly. None of them could hurt Zhang Xuanyu. Zhang Xuanyu raised the rod and pulled it out. The rod in his hand turned into a circle of rod shadows that spun back and forth. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Although this array is for training movement techniques, its ultimate goal is to fight." Zhang Xuanyu flicked his finger, and an illusory stick shadow lashed out at the intermediate venerable one. The venerable formed an array in his hand and easily blocked Zhang Xuanyu's rod. With a flip of his hand, 7 flying daggers pierced through the void. The flying daggers moved at extremely tricky angles. The 7 flying daggers went in 7 directions and attacked at the same time. Chapter 1918. Facing the flying daggers and spiritual energy, flying needles coming from all directions, Zhang Xuanyu wanted to grab his rod. However, he found that his rod was surrounded by countless flying daggers. As soon as he touched it, his weakness would be exposed. Zhang Xuanyu twisted his body and performed a series of unconventional operations. Suddenly, a bunch of spiritual energy needles appeared in the air and spread out from Zhang Xuanyu's body. Lu Renkuang said, "This guy is simulating spiritual energy needles with his spiritual power." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "It's useless. The opponent's spiritual energy needles have blocked all the paths of Zhang Xuanyu. The spiritual energy needles he simulates are much worse than the flying needles designed by others. He can't hit anyone." Many people from the 9 Palace Heaven were watching carefully. Someone said, "This person is actually not weak, but he obviously doesn't rely on movement techniques. He's very confident in his combat skills." Someone nodded. "I can see that. This person has a lot of combat experience. From the way he cracked the spiritual energy needles, we can see that he's not an ordinary person. However, He can't always have a way to deal with it. Someone analyzed, however, this person's combat skills are also good. If he can divert his attention and make other combat breakthroughs in such an anxious battle, it will be difficult for others to pay attention to him. Someone said, this person is very proficient in rod techniques. If it were anyone else, they would be restricted in the trial field. While the two groups were discussing, Zhang Xuanyu opened his hands, and smoke rose from his 10 fingers. Clang, 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 clang. Zhang Xuanyu controlled the smoke with his hands, spread out a few flying daggers, and used his feet to control the rod, creating a white wave. Swish, swish, swish. Both sides dodged back and forth in the chaotic spiritual energy needles while controlling their weapons to attack each other. Zhang Xuanyu could even divert his attention to control the rod. At least, from this series of operations, it was not difficult to find that Zhang Xuanyu was indeed good at fighting, and his ability to fight alone was extremely strong. Suddenly, just when everyone thought that Zhang Xuanyu's simulated spiritual energy needles were useless, they saw the opponent's spiritual energy needles that were bounced back the moment they were bounced back. Puff, puff, puff. 9 Palace Heaven. The illusion of the intermediate martial highness was blasted hundreds of times in an instant, unable to dodge at all. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanyu's attack was not strong. Otherwise, this person would have turned into a beehive. Zhang Xuanyu turned around and smiled. He put away his long rod and twisted his body, slightly. None of the other party's remaining needles were able to land on his body. Jiao Gongtian's side did not feel that there was anything shameful about their defeat. Someone said, interesting. His movement technique is very powerful. He actually passed through the stage easily. Someone agreed. This person's movement technique is extremely detailed. His soul and physique are also unified, allowing him to perfectly control every muscle in his body. He was also able to transmit power extremely quickly. He was afraid that his skills had already surpassed the imperceptible stage and reached the flawless stage. To be able to reach this level under untargeted training, I wonder how many battles this person has experienced? Han Fei, Xia Shaochan, and the others all looked at these very rational 9 Palace, heavenly venerables in astonishment. They felt that Han Xian had arranged for them to experience this so-called 9 Palace trial to make up for the shortcomings of this trial. Of course, although they could guess Han Xian's purpose, this trial was, after all, the easiest one among them. Not everyone on Han Fei's side was like Zhang Xuanyu. Therefore, this 9 Palace trial was still quite useful for the people on his side. Han Fei looked at Han Xian. How many such trial fields are there in total? Han Xian said lightly, so far I have created 42 for Uncle. They can be used to train strength, agility, soul, defense, combat, group combat, solo combat. Han Xian's words stunned Han Fei. This was taking all the problems that a cultivator would encounter and using the method of the trial field to create it. Since the 9 Palace Heaven couldn't be born, they could only rely on this method to cultivate. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, those spiritual energy needles suddenly changed, and the speed of the spiritual energy needles became different. The speed of some spiritual energy needles had exceeded Zhang Xuanyu's speed limit. Suddenly, Zhang Xuanyu's expression changed, and his body subconsciously moved. He didn't even have time to grab a weapon, and his body began to tremble in this subtle state. Almost in an instant, Zhang Xuanyu turned into a shadow that followed him like a shadow. It was as if he had been separated from his body. His soul power formed a soul screen that blocked the spiritual energy needles from all directions, and even the spiritual energy needles that were shooting at him from under his feet. This kind of on-the-spot reaction made many venerables of the 9 Palace Heaven nod one after another, seemingly quite impressed by Zhang Xuanyu's reaction ability. However, this test was not over yet. The difficulty now was a level higher than before. However, Zhang Xuanyu took the opportunity to grab his own weapon. With the long rod in hand, Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have 8 hands, and his body and rod shadows alternated. In this enhanced version of the test, still not a single spiritual energy needle fell on Zhang Xuanyu's body. In the 9 Palace Heaven, someone praised, "What a fast reaction ability. This person's mastery of rod techniques has reached an extremely profound level. It's hard to imagine that he can control the field so accurately with a rod as a weapon." Han Xian also smiled and said, "Yes, every trial field of mine has a higher difficulty. Let's continue to look." As soon as Han Xian said that, the spiritual energy needles in the field changed again. Not only were they faster, but the spiritual energy needles were also divided into real and fake ones. The needles in the field were like rain, intertwined and dense. Zhang Xuanyu looked solemn at this moment. This was the first time he came to the 9 Palace Heaven, so he couldn't lose face. But was the difficulty of this thing really that high? But at this moment, with 2 popping sounds, Zhang Xuanyu had 2 new heads and 4 new arms. Han Fei was speechless and couldn't help looking at Luo Xiaobai. When did he learn 3 heads and 6 arms? Luo Xiaobai tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei. "I envy your 3 heads and 6 arms. Then he has been painstakingly studying it and just created it himself. As for how exactly he studied it, I don't know." Han Fei, huh? Han Xian said, "Your subordinate is not bad. As an advanced venerable, his soul power is very strong and he is extremely sensitive. His reaction and coping ability are excellent. It seems that the person you brought out is also an elite of the Yin Yang Heaven." However, Han Fei said lightly, "That's my brother." "Oh, I see." To be honest, Han Fei was also a little surprised. The combat power test in the field had completely risen to the level of the peak level, venerable. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu was highly concentrated. At this moment, he no longer had any spare time to think about anything else. This test had completely trapped him. On the 9 Palace Heaven side, someone finally exclaimed. Someone said in surprise, "How is it possible? This is the test standard of the peak level venerable. Generally speaking, even a peak level venerable may not be able to do everything." Someone said solemnly, "The people on the Avenger are so strong." And Luren Kwang also said in surprise, "Why didn't I know that you was so fast?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Before, our potential couldn't be stimulated, and we didn't have this kind of targeted test." Han Fei waited for half an hour before asking, "Can I continue to increase the difficulty?" Han Xian couldn't help but be surprised. "Do you still want to increase the difficulty?" Han Fei said yes. Han Xian waved his hand, and tens of thousands of arrays in the entire warehouse lit up. To even Han Fei couldn't set up a spirit gathering array so fast. Bam Zhang Xuanyu stabbed his rod into the ground, shattering a large number of spiritual energy needles. At that moment, he had no way to escape. How could he dodge such dense spiritual energy needles? It was almost impossible. In Zhang Xuanyu's mind, a secondary space condensed in an instant. He seemed to be frozen in time, standing outside the field, observing himself from countless angles. In fact, Zhang Xuanyu had never said that this was a talent ability he had since he was a child, which could instantly construct a complete spatial structure. This was also the source of inspiration for Zhang Xuanyu to create combat skills, and he could deduce them repeatedly. Until today, in the face of these spiritual energy needles that couldn't be avoided at all, at this moment when time was almost frozen, Zhang Xuanyu suddenly had an idea and held the rod with one hand. Zhang Xuanyu knew that if he wanted to avoid the attack of this array, he could only change the path of these spiritual energy needles, or change space, or change time. Under the gaze of thousands of venerables, Zhang Xuanyu's hand that was holding the rod turned slightly and suddenly pulled. The rod moved the void. The surrounding rules seemed to have changed. All the spiritual energy needles were hitting Zhang Xuanyu's rod. However, it seemed that he had hit tens of thousands of rods at once. Clank, clank, clank after a blow. Zhang Xuanyu opened his hand, smiled, and stood quietly in the field, not moving at all. However, none of the spiritual energy needles could fall on him. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu had an epiphany, and all the venerables on the 9 palace heavens side were in an uproar. How is it possible? An advanced venerable passed the half-king realm footwork trial? This person has a terrifying talent for creation. Did he already know that blow just now, or did he create it? It looks like he had an epiphany. Is an epiphany so simple? A group of smart 9 palace heavenly venerables looked at each other in shock. Chapter 1919. Zhang Xuanyu didn't expect that just one trial would help him break the barrier of the soul sea. Or rather, Zhang Xuanyu didn't know what kind of ability he had. He hadn't been very clear about it. However, at this moment, Zhang Xuanyu's soul seemed to have opened a mysterious door, as if his soul had been sublimated. In an instant, he understood the way of soul battle. In the field, Zhang Xuanyu's aura sword and the surrounding spiritual energy swept over. Han Fei was overjoyed. He raised his hand, and a large number of spiritual fruits, ultra-quality spiritual stones, energy fruits, and so on surrounded Zhang Xuanyu. Lu Rinquang exclaimed, "No way. He made a breakthrough. How come in the end you became a peak-level venerable first?" Luo Xiaobai nodded. He was enlightened. Han Fei, on the other hand, thought to himself, the 9 temples trial is indeed interesting. This is only the first trial, and there are a total of 42 trials. If all of them are gone, the group of people on the Avenger will probably lose a layer of skin. However, the improvement of their strength will be extremely significant. Han Xian smiled and said, "Interesting. Don't tell me the people you brought are all so talented. If so, then it's not a bad thing that the Yin-Yang heaven has been in the savage abyss for so long." Han Fei said, "It's not that exaggerated, but Uncle Xian, can you lend us the 9 palace trial field?" Han Xian immediately said with a serious face, "What are you talking about? We are family. Of course you can use it. Although I won't come out for the time being, I can still help you." Han Fei thought for a moment and said, "In any case, we still have to find the other immortal palaces. At least we need to find where they are. As for the battle with the Grand Pure One and the Wuji sect, let's wait and see." Although Han Xian had already explained the situation in the chaotic Azure Sea, however, Han Xian didn't know his own situation. What he wanted to fight for was the Imperial Palace, the entrance of the Void Temple, and the opportunity to become an emperor in the Imperial Palace. To put it bluntly, with the current strength of his origin sea, 10 years of seclusion would be more than 300 years. After such a long time, although he might not be able to reach the Emperor realm, he was confident that he could rank among the top 10 sea expansion realm cultivators in the chaotic, vast ocean with his own strength. Hearing this, Han Xian smiled faintly. "There's no rush, the future is long. My 9 palaces trial isn't that easy to pass. I don't even know how many venerables failed the 9 palace trials. Do you think that the people on the Avenger will be able to get through? I don't expect all of them to work. Everyone has their own opportunities, so we won't stay here for too long." Han Xian shook his head slightly, thinking that Han Fei was still too eager for quick success. However, he did not care. Han Fei's requirements for these people were simple. However, the fact that he was able to get to where he was today was definitely not because he was eager for quick success. Therefore, he didn't care at all. Han Fei said, "From today on, everyone is ready to take the trial of the 9 temples. It will be fixed for 1 year. I don't have much time. If you want to rise, then do your best to pass it. You don't have any rest." Han Fei's words were straightforward, but no one refuted him, because everyone who came out of the Yin-Yang heaven knew the crisis they were facing. All of them had been chosen from countless others. Each of them represented the power behind them, and they had no way out. Jiao Mengyue looked back at Mystic Shadow. 1 year, we can't neglect it. Lynx nodded slightly. Understood. We don't have much time. The Insect King and Green Bat looked at each other. This kind of cultivation was also excellent for half-king realm powerhouses. After all, half-king realm powerhouses were also divided into strong and weak ones. Whether it was the Insect King, Green Bat, Jiao Mengyue, or Ziluo, when they saw the power of Li Kaitian and the others, they were all angry. They were also the top existences of their clans, and there was no reason for them to be weaker than the others. For example, the Insect King. For 10,000 years, there had been so many insect queens in the Waterwood Heaven, but there was only one Insect King. For example, Jiao Mengyue could now perceive the existence of Wang Jie. In the Demon Beast Alliance, her strength was comparable to Xiong Chaoshuai's. Now, Xiong Chaoshuai had become a king, and the reason why she hadn't was that there was no condition for her to become a king in the Yin-Yang Heaven. Jiao Mengyue originally thought that she could go to the outside world and become a king. However, in her crazy cultivation, Jiao Mengyue found that her strength could continue to grow. This represented her potential, so she had been cultivating until now. As for Ziluo, there was no need to mention her. In the Forest of Horrors, there were only a few people who could talk to her. If she wanted, she and Haizhu could directly become the supreme leaders of the Forest of Horrors. At this moment, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. Those who hadn't become half-king all encouraged themselves. They had to rise quickly and become half-king. As for those who became half-monarchs, they would do everything in their power to unearth a deeper level of potential in the half-monarch realm. At this moment, these people on the Avengers seemed to have condensed into an aura that almost everyone could notice. In the entire Avengers, only Xuanning and Su Ran were present. The two of them had joined later, so they couldn't blend into the atmosphere. In fact, the two of them were also shocked. Why the F***CK did such a weird aura appear out of nowhere? Oh, Han Xian couldn't help but glance at Han Fei. Collective will, interesting. Han Fei. Han Xian said, I'll tell you later. Are you going to participate in this cultivation too? What kind of brother are you? Before Han Fei spoke, said, I am also a member of the Yin-Yang Heaven. Everyone is working hard, and I need it too. Nian, I was holding Er's hand, and she said, Yes, everyone is working hard. Han Fei glanced at Xia Shaochan. Do you want to have a try? Xia Shaochan was quite tempted. Just now, when Zhang Xuanyu was in the trial, she was already tempted. Ever since she was a child, Xia Shaochan had always been belligerent, but she rarely had an opponent. Even after arriving at the Merfolk royal family, it only took her a year to completely adapt to the fighting style and rhythm there. There were fewer and fewer people in the same realm who could fight with her. Xia Shaochan nodded and said, I'll try. Do you want to have a try? Han Fei was about to say something when he heard Han Xian say, Hey, if you want to have a try, you don't have to rush. You should have just opened the sea, right? Although Han Fei had just opened the sea, the old turtle had actually pointed out many problems. And at this time, because the old turtle had the body of Gue Sanqing, the part of him parasitizing in Han Fei's body was actually very small. In the face of a strong master like Han Xian, he simply showed up. However, there were many differences in the king's perception. The old turtle was a lazy turtle. To put it bluntly, this guy probably became a king in his sleep. He even fell asleep during the Battle of the Gods. So he was lucky to survive. Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai led the crowd and followed the large group of venerables who liked to study in the Nine-Palace Heaven to experience the trial of the Nine-Palace. Han Xian and Han Fei came to the high tower in the center of the Immortal Palace, sat cross-legged and sipped tea. Han Fei was speechless. Do these two brothers have the same hobbies? Old Han likes drinking tea, and so does Han Xian? Han Fei couldn't help asking, Who invented drinking tea? Han Xian smiled and said, Well, This is what we learned. The story had to start from the Imperial Palace. At that time, when we were passing a dangerous checkpoint, we drank a pot of tea, so we fell in love with drinking tea. Han Fei thought to himself, "No wonder I've seen old Han making a pot of tea several times." He took a sip of tea. Han Xian said, "Han Fei, I have a suggestion. I don't care what you do when you go out. You are a king now. You can become a king not just because you're the son of my brother and Jiang Linxian. This represents luck, experience, and talent. But you have to leave Ina here. I know Ina has just entered the Venerable Realm, and I will train her. When you need her, she will go back to help you." Han Fei frowned and said, "Uncle Xian, do you think I can't train Ina?" Han Xian nodded. "I'm afraid that you will die outside. If that happens, will you take Ina with you? There is no other possibility than the trip to the Imperial Palace that can make me die outside. Ina stays in the 9-palace heaven and doesn't even want to explore the Imperial Palace?" Han Xian sighed leisurely. "I think you know what level of power is needed to explore the Imperial Palace. Ina is now a junior venerable, and there are still 27 years before the Imperial Palace opens. Do you think Ina can become a half-king in 27 years? Han Fei was silent for a moment. Ina's growth process was different from his. He had experienced all kinds of tribulations, but Ina was not so exaggerated. However, Ina could make the king crab recognize her as its master, which at least showed Ina's talent. In fact, it was not impossible for Ina to explore the Imperial Palace during this tribulation. Han Fei said, "This matter depends on Ina's choice." Han Xian smiled slightly. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. If he couldn't even convince Ina, he really didn't want to live anymore. Han Xian said, "All right, to be honest, Uncle maintained the 9-palace heaven not for you, nor for Ina. I am waiting for your father, but obviously your father can't come back now. Then I can only pour in all my comprehension to help you go even further on the path of sea expansion." Han Fei frowned. "Uncle Xian, please go ahead." Chapter 1920. Han Xian put away his laziness, and his eyes became sharp. In the Pioneer Sea realm, there is no difference in levels. Without realms, it is impossible to distinguish the true strength of a Pioneer Sea realm expert from the outside. Is that right? Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Han Xian said, "However, nothing is absolute. Although outsiders can't see your true strength, you have to have a standard. What is your standard?" Han Fei pondered for a moment. "Strength." Han Xian shook his head slightly. "Not enough. You can't judge a Pioneer Sea Realm expert by strength alone. Without enough power of the Great Way, no matter how strong your strength is, it will be useless. As long as they display their Tao, they can easily break it." Han Fei frowned. That makes sense. On this trip to the chaotic ocean sea, he had already killed 3 kings. The first 2 were complete suppression of strength and the Great Way. As for the last one, he used a level of strength that exceeded that of a Pioneer Sea Realm expert. The old turtle told him that the standard to judge the strength of a Pioneer Sea Realm expert was mainly the size of their origin sea. According to the old turtle, those whose origin sea could reach 100,000 kilometers might have reached the limit of the Pioneer Sea Realm. However, for him, when the origin sea overlapped with Forge the Universe, Han Fei found that the strength of a Pioneer Sea Realm expert also had a great relationship with the reality of this world. So far, he had grabbed a lot of resources. Now, as long as there were resources that Han Fei could use, he would simulate them in reality and make corresponding arrangements, making the origin sea infinitely real. Otherwise, if he just expanded the origin sea, he might be able to expand it to at least 30,000 kilometers now. "Sure enough," Han Xian said, "the strength of a Pioneer Sea Realm expert is measured by the size of the origin sea, the amount of chaotic chi in the origin sea, and the firmness of the origin sea." Wait, Han Fei was taken aback and quickly interrupted. Isn't the firmness of the origin C related to the amount of chaotic qi? Han Xian smiled and said it does. However, according to my calculations, it is more related to the strength of your physique. It is your own body that affects the toughness of the origin C. The stronger your physique, the higher the toughness of the origin C, and the more real the origin C will be. Physique. Han Fei couldn't help but look surprised. That was a little different from what the old turtle had said. Or perhaps the old tortoise didn't know either? Han Xian said, "Don't doubt my words. I've spent my entire life researching sea expansion. I've made countless attempts to reach this conclusion. A sea expansion expert's strength might seem to depend on the size of their source sea, but it's actually related to their physical body and soul." TSKA. Han Xian took a sip of tea and said, "The strength of one's soul, one's Tao heart, one's physique, one's chaos qi, and many other factors combine to determine the size of one's origin C. So, do you still think that strength can be used as a standard?" Han Fei couldn't help but say, "Uncle Xian, please speak clearly." The corners of Han Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If you want to measure the sea expansion realm, you have to start from the fundamentals of power. Human power was divided into pure physical strength, the power of the divine soul, and the power released from the divine soul. Let's not talk about the divine soul first. Just the power that you think of as power, the power of this wave is actually not small. A wave of the sea can move thousands of kilograms. However, the power of the sea expansion realm can easily move tens of thousands of waves, even hundreds of thousands of waves. This power is driven by spiritual energy and your own Tao aura. But do you think all this power has burst out? Han Fei frowned slightly. The power can shake the sea. If it hasn't burst out, how can it shake such a large place? Han Xian shook his head. The power of one wave can also shake the sea. Although exaggerated, if you use your strength well, the ripples that it sends out can also reach dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. You are in the sea expansion realm, so the power of tens of thousands of waves can shake the sea. Isn't it natural? Han Fei's heart did a flip. You mean the power that we use daily is not fully exerted? Han Xian nodded. This has to start from the nature of power. Let me ask you a few questions. What is it that allows you to possess such great power? Han Fei shrugged. Pure power, of course, comes from my pure physique. Han Xian asked, "Then what is it that drives your power?" Han Fei explained, "The consumption of energy and spiritual energy in the body, and the burst of power." Han Xian asked, "Where does the energy in the body come from?" Han Fei answered, "The absorption of spiritual energy and the mysterious power of the Great Path." Han Xian asked, "Where does the power of the Great Path come from?" "The Taoist heart." Han Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and smile. "The Taoist heart is the fundamental source of the power of the Great Path. I didn't expect you to figure this out so early." "Not bad, not bad." Han Xian paused. "Since you have told me all this, then what is the fundamental source of your power?" Han Fei frowned and was silent for a moment. "The Taoist heart?" Speaking of this, Han Fei began to have some doubts. Is it the Taoist heart that causes the power? He felt it was a bit far-fetched, as if there was something wrong in the middle. However, Han Xian's questions were not over yet. He said, "Let me ask you, why can the Taoist heart support the source of your power? If the Taoist heart can support the power, then what is supporting the Taoist heart?" Han Fei fell silent. Han Fei had heard from the old turtle that the sea expansion realm was actually about the Taoist heart. The stronger the Taoist heart, the stronger the Great Path, the stronger the Great Path. However, hearing what Han Xian said, Han Fei couldn't help but be a little puzzled. When he lectured to Xia Shaochan and the others, it was because he had completely understood the disassembly of spiritual energy and the final root source was the clarity of the Taoist heart. At this moment, hearing what Han Xian said, Han Fei seemed to understand a little. The Taoist heart was too illusory. Since it was a kind of power, there must be a source, right? Seeing Han Fei fall silent, Han Xian was not in a hurry. He was waiting for Han Fei to give an answer. Only what he came up with and analyzed by himself was valuable. After half an hour, Han Fei frowned and said, "Isn't the Taoist heart a kind of vision born in one's heart?" Clap. Han Xian suddenly clapped his hands. "You mentioned the word wish. So, you are willing to believe and stick to your belief. Because of this belief, this blind and unconditional persistence, your Taoist heart gives birth to power." Han Fei said dizzily, "Ah, so." Han Xian immediately said, "Have you obtained the power of wish?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Han Xian smiled and said, "When people trust you, believe in you, blindly follow you, and even worship you as a god, you get the power of wish. This is the power of faith. Have you ever thought about it? For yourself, you are actually also receiving the power of heaven and earth from faith, right?" Han Xian said excitedly, "Have you ever thought that the power you use is the power that exists in heaven and earth, not the power you generate yourself? You just borrowed the power of heaven and earth and burst it out through your own body, right?" Han Fei's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He always felt that he was about to accept a kind of knowledge that defied common sense. Han Xian said, "Now, let's return to the origin sea. The origin sea is your own world. The king opens the sea, and the emperor opens the sky. Open the sky? Split the sea? What's the purpose?" Han Xian guided Han Fei patiently. Han Fei replied hesitantly, "To create your own world and accommodate the Tao of heaven and earth." "Ha ha ha!" Han Xian laughed and suddenly stood up. "No wonder you are my nephew. You have made it this far not just because of your talent, but also because of your wisdom. The so-called opening of the sky and the sea is just to make the origin world more like the world. Why should it be more like the real world? Because only in this way can the origin world be integrated with the real world, and only in this way can it be born or absorb the real Tao of heaven and earth." Han Fei's head was buzzing. Although his head was a little messy now, Han Fei seemed to vaguely understand a kind of amazing knowledge and a terrifying conjecture. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "So, Uncle Xian, you said before that the strength of the Pioneer Sea Realm is measured by the size of the Origin Sea, the amount of chaotic energy contained in the Origin Sea, and the firmness of the Origin Sea. In fact, this is just a crude measurement method. What we really need to consider is the authenticity of the Origin Sea." Han Xian smiled and said, "I firmly believe that the Origin Sea is not called the Origin Sea, but the Origin World. You are the God of creation. Being able to give birth to the Origin World means that you have the possibility to become a god." Seeing that Han Fei was deeply shocked, Han Xian poured 3 cups of tea in a row, drank 3 cups in a row, and said, "Han Fei, the possibility I mentioned is still a bit complicated. But the reason why I told you to look at the size of the Origin Sea, the amount of chaotic energy contained in the Origin Sea, and the firmness of the Origin Sea, that's because ordinary people can't understand my idea. So, I will give them a specific measurement standard. But actually, what I want to say is that the more real the origin world is, the stronger you will be. And the more real your Origin Sea is, the bigger your Origin Sea is, the more you can borrow the power of heaven and earth, so the stronger you will be. And if you want to make the Origin Sea more real, you will need more chaotic energy. There is a causal logic in this." Han Fei suddenly said, "Isn't it said that the strength of the body is related to the firmness of the Origin Sea?" Han Xian said, "Your body is the origin world. If you are not strong, how can it be?" "Who?" Han Fei took a long breath and murmured, "Uncle Xian, give me a moment." Chapter 1921. Han Fei sat cross-legged and cultivated for a whole month. Han Fei had discussed the cultivation method of the Pioneer Sea realm with the old turtle more than once or twice. However, even the old turtle could only talk about the rudimentary knowledge of the Pioneer Sea realm from Han Xian's mouth. Obviously, the old turtle was not a smart turtle. Han Fei had this feeling before. However, after listening to Han Xian's explanation of the origin of power, he was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that the origin sea, no, the origin world, could be understood in this way. Han Fei couldn't help thinking of Yu Meng's origin world. When he went in, there was a lot of fog. The structure and contents of that origin sea were far inferior to his own. The origin sea of the four Mad Kings wasn't any better. As for Bei Xianbing's origin sea, because of the special situation at that time, he had no time to go there. So he didn't know what it was. However, Han Fei had entered the origin seas of the Water Fairy and the Divine Prince. In fact, it was very real in the Water Fairy's origin sea. Besides, what made Han Fei suspicious was that the Water Fairy almost opened the sky in the past 100,000 years. Could this have something to do with the creatures in her origin world? When he first went in, the creatures sacrificed their lives to prolong the Water Fairy's life. However, she had been silent for too long. The creatures in the origin world were already withering. So, the Water Fairy failed to open the sky? There was also the Divine Prince. There was nothing in the Source world. However, the Divine Prince fought with Xuefan. God knew what the Divine Prince's origin world was like. However, at this moment, Han Fei vaguely had a feeling that although Han Xian didn't open the sky, his understanding and guess might be right. After all, cracking this secret and accomplishing this thing couldn't be regarded as the same thing. Therefore, it didn't mean that Han Xian could do it if he understood it. However, Han Fei guessed that Han Xian must be doing the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so conceited that he could fight anyone below the origin world. Han Fei even suspected that with Han Xian's strength, he might have already reached the top of the Pioneer Sea state in the chaotic ocean. As soon as Han Fei opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that Han Xian was still there. Han Fei was speechless. "Uncle Xian, have you been here the whole time?" Han Xian said, "Anyway, I have nothing to do. What do you think? How's the divination?" Just as Han Xian said, Han Fei was indeed deducing and pondering over the authenticity of everything Han Xian said. In fact, Han Fei had already done something that was in line with what Han Xian said. The massive amount of resources that Han Fei plundered from the Medicine King heaven, apart from the part that was used to feed the little vine, were all used to shape the Source world. Han Fei Tian hadn't opened the origin world that Han Xian talked about, so it was not wrong to call it the origin sea. Han Fei said, "Uncle Xian, the so-called sky splitting is to open the origin sea into a sky that fits with nature, right?" Han Xian nodded slightly. "That's right. Splitting the heavens is this. However, the sky that was open might not be exactly the same. Everyone opened up a world that was different from everyone else. As long as it conforms to the natural heavenly Tao, it will be fine." "Uncle Xian, how long will it take for you to open the sky?" Han Xian shrugged slightly. "It's easy to say, but it's not easy to do it. Although I've told you so much, you want to split open the sky? You also need to have the power to split open the sky. That is to say, I emphasize that your body must be able to bear it. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive that tribulation." Han Fei's heart did a flip. So, what Han Xian actually lacks is a body refining method, right? If I give him the pure mystic body, does it mean that it will be easier for him on the road to splitting open the sky? Han Fei thought to himself, the insights that Han Xian told me can be said to be better than 100 or even 1,000 years of cultivation. How many kings have cultivated hard for 100,000 years and still couldn't understand it? And what Han Xian actually lacked was a cultivation method and an opportunity. With Han Xian's talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to split open the sky and become an emperor. What was difficult were some hard conditions, such as physique, and the cultivation of physique couldn't be achieved without powerful martial arts. Han Fei pondered for a while. Let's wait and see how Luo Xiaobai and the others are doing. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Xian. I've learned a lot. Han Xian smiled and said, The reason why I told you this as soon as you came is because I know your physique is extremely strong. This is a great advantage. Don't waste this talent. Of course, I've been in seclusion for several months. I wonder how their trial is going. I'll go and have a look. 9 Palace Trial Field. Strength Trial Field. Li Kaitian was taking a unified trial with a group of 9 Palace Heavenly Demi-Kings. This trial was also very simple. Under the extreme gravity, they controlled the wave stacking array with skill. In a huge, warehouse-shaped building, many people were watching this scene. A few strength-type experts were in the middle of a raging wave. The gravity around them was extremely heavy. As long as one person felt that the gravity was not enough, he would increase the gravity. There was a wave under everyone. They couldn't crush the wave, but they had to be able to fight against the overlapping waves in all directions. This test not only tested physique and strength, but also tested various means such as skill, unloading, and defense. Lu Ran asked, Li Kaitian has been taking the test for 3 hours in a row. Is he really okay? Shui Ran said, Brother Li is really a freak. I can't even hold on for half an hour. How did he do it? Lu Renquang said, It's a pity that this is their competition. It's my turn next. Wang Dashui suggested, Why don't we try the intermediate venerable first? My strength has soared recently. I feel that I may be able to go further. Bam! Bam! Suddenly, the warehouse was filled with clouds and mist. The waves seemed to have disappeared, replaced by the changeable power in the clouds and mist. At this moment, what was tested was the power control of the trial takers. Almost at the same time, the half-monarchs of the 9 palaces heavens who had been with Li Kaitian fell one by one. Li Kaitian's figure seemed to be practicing a fist technique in the field. Every time he made a light blow, a terrifying power escaped to the surroundings. In the end, it was absorbed by the array in the warehouse. However, this situation only lasted for more than 10 minutes. Then Li Kaitian was attacked by all sorts of invisible forces and was defeated. Bang! Li Kaitian stretched his body and looked at the Avengers. At the end of the trial of force, you don't know where the power is and how strong it is. The moment he came into contact with that power, he had to be able to determine the exact source of that power and the strength of that power. If you pass this trial, I'm afraid that few people can defeat you in a head-on battle. Lu Renquang said, Brotherly, you'd better take a break. Wait for us. The 2 sky splitters nodded. That's fine. On the other side, a 9 palace heavenly demi-king said, I have to admit that if you cultivate in the outside world all year round, the real battle will be more unpredictable than our trial. In terms of battle experience, we, the 9 palace heaven, are still lacking. Someone said, But we don't have to belittle ourselves. We have the 1,000 trickeries technique, which can be used in a battle. We each have our own strengths. Someone said, I heard that some of the Avengers have already passed the 33rd trial. I really doubt that. It's only been a month. Someone responded, Don't be surprised. That's the princess of the mermaid royal family. Her status and bloodline are all there. It's impossible for her to be weak. Suddenly, before everyone realized what was going on, Han Fei quietly appeared next to Lu Renquang. Lu Renquang asked, Next time you appear, can you make a sound first? Han Fei said, It's not easy. How many trials have we passed? Lu Renquang shrugged helplessly. This is the 12th trial. Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Are we so efficient? We've passed 12 trials in a row. Lu Renquang's face trembled. Of course not. This is the 12th trial, but it doesn't mean that we have passed all 12 trials. I've only passed 6. and I'm going to spend some time to finish this trial. I may be able to reach the peak level of the venerable realm." Han Fei was speechless. "I see. Then how many trials have we cleared on our side? What about you and the others?" Lu Renquang said, "Yu is in the 23rd trial field. He is good at fighting and has passed 11 trials perfectly. Xiao Bai and Xia Shaochan are together. They are in the 33rd trial field. You can go and have a look." 33? Han Fei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xia Shaochan could quickly pass so many trials, but so could Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei glanced at the trial of force. At this moment, it was the most difficult trial. Surrounded by clouds and mist, the force was unpredictable. Swish, Han Fei quietly appeared in the trial. Lu Renquang immediately shouted, "Hey, you're the most difficult one?" The Insect King asked, "Is he going to do it in person?" In the 9 Palace Heaven, many people exclaimed, "Why is young Master Han Fei here?" If he uses his king's power, this trial of force won't be able to shake him. However, in the next scene, everyone saw that Han Fei's figure was moving horizontally within a radius of half a meter. Han Fei pressed a hand on a mist and said, "The trial of force pays attention to movement techniques and positioning. Everything in all directions is in your eyes. Touch it softly and measure the strength. With the same amount of strength, he could shatter it with a counterattack. It's not difficult." Han Fei's wrists, elbows, shoulders, waist, knees, and calves moved softly from multiple angles, and a large amount of invisible force suddenly collapsed. Han Fei's attack seemed to be extremely slow, but at the same time he shattered too much force. Therefore, it gave people the feeling that it was extremely fast. After half an hour, when the last cloud dissipated, Han Fei said, "In the so-called trial, the key is not to practice, but to try. After trying, you must comprehend it and then try again. That's the way to crack it." With that, Han Fei stepped out of the trial field and left under everyone's surprised gaze. In the end, Han Fei said to Lu Renquang via voice transmission, "After this one, try it one by one. Why are you dawdling when I'm giving you special treatment? Do you think I'm demonstrating to others? I'm demonstrating to you." Chapter 1922. After leaving the trial field of force, Han Fei went straight to the 33rd trial field. This trial field was called the 1,000 Opportunities Trial Field. As soon as Han Fei came in, he saw that this trial field was already densely surrounded by people. These people were all surprised by Xia Xiaochan's speed of breaking trials, so they specially came to watch. So what if the people of the 9 palaces, heaven, were smart? Being smart didn't mean being talented. Knowing that Xia Shaochan broke a trial on average every day, it could be said that the entire 9 palaces heaven was shocked. It was a pity that not everyone could come and watch a trial of this difficulty. Han Fei came in and was surprised to find that this so-called 1,000 Opportunities trial field was actually a hidden weapon trial field. He saw Xia Shaochan was flashing around in the trial field. In the air, rain-like water threads split apart and clashed with each other. Water threads, of course, were nothing. However, when each water thread collided with each other, it would be refracted, and the collision would produce 2 or 3 forces. When the whole field was full of water threads, even the inventor of the 1,000 Opportunities trial field couldn't estimate the movement trajectory of the water threads. If the water threads were allowed to collide with each other, in the end, unless people were not here, they would never be able to break this water thread array. However, the requirement to pass the test was that one couldn't break through this level by force. This made it seem that the trial takers were in a melee. In the melee, one could hear and see in all directions. It stood to reason that this level of array couldn't stop Xia Shaochan at all. However, many of those strands of water were not simple strands of water. In fact, they could be regarded as a kind of array. When the water threads interacted with each other, a new array might be born. And if the trial takers tried to destroy the water threads at this time, They might be touched by the power that erupted from the array. Once an array was not well resisted, then it was easy to trigger a series of chain reactions. In the end, every strand of water could be a formation. At that time, this 1,000 opportunities trial almost didn't need to be resisted, because there was no possibility of escaping. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan's figure moved quickly in the trial field. The 2 daggers in her hands almost turned into light threads. In such a short time, Xia Xiaochan had already broken more than 30 arrays. Among them, there was a raging wind formation that triggered the rhythm of the surrounding water threads, instantly creating hundreds of new water threads. Xia Xiaochan was fast enough to shatter the water threads before they could activate more arrays, but there were still a small number of them that escaped the net. This kind of exquisite trial had extremely high requirements for the trial takers. In fact, they didn't require you to consume much spiritual energy. However, the difficulty level was ridiculously high. Luo Xiaobai watched from the side, memorizing while watching. When Luo Xiaobai found that there was one more person beside her, she couldn't help but turn her head and take a look. When she saw Han Fei, she said seriously, "I don't think 1 year is enough." The 9 palace trials were indeed unique. This wasn't just a simple trial. This was a trial that unearthed the cultivator's potential. If I could cultivate here for 10 years... Han Fei shook his head. No, 10 years. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. But 1 year is still too short. Even if we let everyone go through all of these trials and experience them once, a year's time is still too short. Bam, bam, bam. In the array around Xia Xiaochan, many water threads detonated, causing the surrounding water threads to tremble. The arrays detonated one after another, and Xia Xiaochan was forced to withdraw from this trial. Of course, Xia Xiaochan failed this time. This trial was not a problem of speed, but how to face so many complex attacks in the air in an instant. Phew! As soon as Xia Xiaochan came out, Han Fei heard everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The venerables of the 9 palace heaven were probably also shocked by Xia Xiaochan's terrifying speed of passing 1 trial a day. Therefore, Xia Xiaochan's failure gave them great confidence, and they felt that their 1,000 opportunities trial field was not bad. However, as soon as Xia Xiaochan came up, she glared at Han Fei and said, "It's all your fault. You distracted me." Han Fei. However, before Han Fei spoke, Luo Xiaobai said, "It's because this trial is very difficult. Xiaochan, you're good at speed and explosive power. If you can always maintain your high explosive power, you may be able to pass this trial. However, once you fail to pass the explosive power period, the speed at which you pass the trials is basically the same as the speed at which the arrays condense. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before you fail. Either you have to change your tactics, or you have to continue to strengthen your explosive power." Han Fei asked, "Girl, your Tao is not as simple as speed, right?" "Of course, speed is just the foundation of my Tao. There were too many people here, and Xia Xiaochan didn't want to talk about her Tao. So she pushed Han Fei and said, 'Go and have a try. These 42 trials of the 9 palaces shouldn't be a problem for you. Let me see how you pass them.' Many onlookers were shocked. Young Master Han Fei, that is the captain of the Avenger. He is so powerful that he has killed several lords. If he comes to take the test, it will be an excellent learning opportunity." Luo Xiaobai's eyes also lit up. Xiaochan's suggestion is very good. If someone can provide a new idea for this method, maybe it can also greatly shorten the time. Many 9 palace, heavenly powerhouses said, "Young Master Han Fei, have a try. You can also show us how to break the 1,000 revolution array." Han Fei smiled and said, "Then I'll have a try." Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up. "You go. Don't use the power of the Pioneer Sea Realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid even I can't see it clearly." Han Fei looked at the 1,000 revolution array that was calming down. He tapped the ground with 1 foot, and the next moment he appeared in the field. At this moment, knowing that it was Han Fei, Someone immediately shouted, "Turn on the 1,000 revolution array to the highest difficulty." Someone said helplessly, "The highest difficulty is the one Her Highness just faced." Someone sighed, "Hey, I'm afraid the 1,000 revolution array is still a bit simple for young Master Han Fei. If only King Xian could use the 1,000 revolution array." As soon as Han Fei walked into the 1,000 revolution array, all the arrays were activated. For a time, dense water threads began to bounce off each other and draw arrays with each other. Han Fei's eyes were like torches. When he saw the water threads intertwine for the first time, he felt the array power contained in the water threads. After the water threads intertwined 3 times, an array was condensed. And in the field, hundreds of thousands of water threads were constantly appearing, and they could collide with each other. This meant that in every instant, thousands of arrays might be born. Even Han Fei couldn't help but admire the way this array was condensed. Its name, 1,000 revolution, was really wonderful. However, in everyone's eyes, Han Fei didn't take action immediately. He waited until the water threads collided for the 3rd time before he chose to take action. Someone exclaimed, "Young Master Han Fei, aren't you a little too confident?" At this moment, thousands of arrays were condensing without interruption, and as more water threads appeared, the arrays would break out more frequently. How is he going to break them? Someone could still keep calm. Since young Master Han Fei made such a choice, there must be a reason. Let's just wait and see. Perhaps he just wants to try out the 1,000 opportunities trial first to see what it is like. Seeing Han Fei standing still, Xia Shaochan couldn't help but exclaim, "This state is much more difficult than the one I just had." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "No, it's a level more difficult. Although the difficulty you just had was already the highest level. However, he purposely increased the difficulty by another level." 2 knives appeared in Han Fei's hands, and he just twisted his body slightly to avoid these so-called water threads. Han Fei looked in the direction of Xia Shaochan and Luo Xiaobai and said, "The main problem of this level is the continuous condensing of these arrays. As long as your speed of destruction is faster than the speed of the arrays condensing, you can really pass this level." In the outside world, even Han Xian was watching. The knives in Han Fei's hands moved like phantoms. The knife light wandered slightly on the arrays that were about to break out, and the arrays couldn't be triggered. However, the speed of Han Fei breaking the arrays was far slower than the speed of the arrays condensing. Han Fei said, "In fact, there are many ways to break this array. One is to be fast, but that requires one's own speed to reach the extreme. However, if your own speed is not so fast, you need to break the array by other means." The 2 knives in Han Fei's hand spun and directly attracted more than half of the water threads on the scene. Swish, 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 countless water threads intertwined with each other more than once in a split second. In an instant, at least dozens or even hundreds of water threads were intertwined. The more water threads intertwined, the more difficult the array was. But at that moment, Han Fei cut the void with his knives, opening a way for himself, and the others easily avoided it. The water droplets that condensed into a large array instantly collided with each other, and under the collision of the forces, they were annihilated. Han Fei smiled and said, "Think about it from another perspective. There are many ways to break the array." However, the corners of Luo Xiaobai's mouth trembled, and she said, helplessly, "That's easy to say. There are few half-king realms who can achieve such control power as you." Xia Shaochan shouted, "What else?" Hearing Xia Shaochan shout, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. "There's another one which is even simpler and suitable for you." Han Fei raised his hand, and a mass of water appeared in his hand. This was not infinity water, but a mass of water. As Han Fei stretched out his hand and squeezed, this mass of water also turned into countless water threads. However, Han Fei didn't control them with his soul power. He turned these water threads into weapons and controlled them with spiritual energy. When the water threads intertwined again, Han Fei waved his hand backhandedly, and tens of thousands of water threads flashed out. Han Fei said, "The power of each water thread is different. These water threads are equivalent to hidden weapons. When 3 water threads are combined, the hidden weapons will be formed. Then we'll just have to destroy the hidden weapons before they form." Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei threw out tens of thousands of water threads, which instantly hit the hidden weapons that were about to condense into a rays. Most of the water threads on the field were destroyed in an instant. "Xia," Xiaochan frowned. "You have to completely control the void in this place to grasp such a large range of void nodes in an instant. Your difficulty isn't low either." Han Fei suggested, "Why don't you attach your power to your perception?" "Wow." Xia Xiaochan's eyes lit up and she blurted out, "Just like fishing?" "Use your perception to attack the moment you determine the void node." Luo Xiaobai was stunned. "I see." The venerables of the 9 palaces heaven were all stunned. Using perception as a net, spiritual energy or weapons as hooks, and thousands of water threads as swimming fish. This simple, violent cracking method was a bit too simple. However, these people didn't think of it. They just saw the difficulty in front of them. Suddenly, a voice sounded leisurely. "It's not that you can't think of it, but that you don't want to think of it. You want to use this 1,000 opportunities trial to achieve the effect of training yourself. And Han Fei doesn't need to train himself, so he doesn't have to worry about this." Who else could it be but Han Xian? Everyone came back to their senses, and the people of the 9 palaces heaven all saluted. "Greetings, King Xian." Han Xian waved his hand carelessly and then looked at Han Fei. "With your current strength and understanding of the Great Way, it's too easy for you to pass this trial. How about this? I'll use the 1,000 opportunities divine ghost disc and we'll fight again. 3 chapters. 3 chapters during the new year. I'm going to die. Tomorrow I'll update more. As for how much I update, it depends on how much I can write by this time tomorrow. But don't keep the tickets. I'll give them to you today." End of this chapter. Chapter 1923. Han Fei had heard of the Qianji godly ghost disc several times, but until now he had never seen that thing in action. Only when he met Han Xian for the first time did Han Fei feel the power of Han Xian's sword and see the strange box in his hand. In fact, Han Fei really wanted to find a king to fight with to measure how strong he was now. After all, when he dealt with Yu Meng and the others, he suppressed his opponents and killed them quickly. That was not a dogfight, so it couldn't show his true strength. Now, Han Xian was known to be able to fight anyone below the sky opening realm. Han Fei felt that even if he used all his means, he might not be Han Xian's opponent. Besides, this battle was just to measure his true combat power. He didn't have to use his trump cards now. Therefore, this spar seemed to be quite interesting. Han Fei said, "That's good. I also want to see the terrifying power of the Qianji godly ghost disc." Han Fei said again, "But where will we fight?" Han Xian smiled slightly. "We'll fight in the void 100,000 kilometers away from here. It won't affect the 9 palace heaven." Han Fei nodded. "Very good." When everyone heard that Han Xian and Han Fei were going to fight, their eyes lit up. A battle between kings was extremely rare, especially in the 9 palace heaven. Han Xian was invincible. Who had seen Han Xian fight in person? Luo Xiaobai and the others were also shocked. This Han Xian didn't look simple. After experiencing the 9 palace trials, who didn't marvel at the person who invented these trials? His strength was terrifying and his thoughts were ingenious. He was probably one of a kind. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai and the others were not new to the Venerable Realm. In the past few years in the Chaotic Ocean, they had been fighting and hunting day and night, and their eyesight and knowledge had also grown rapidly, especially their combat strength. Hearing that Han Fei was going to fight with Han Xian, they couldn't help but be curious. Although Han Fei was strong, in their opinion, Han Fei was invincible. Therefore, no one could measure Han Fei's strength at all. But Han Xian was different. He had been in charge of the Nine-Palace Heaven for tens of thousands of years. No one would believe it. Han Xian raised one hand, and on the strange square box in his hand, some rectangular blocks bulged and shrank from time to time. Outside the trial grounds, 1,000-meter-tall array tore through the sky, and a giant teleportation array appeared. Han Xian's voice resounded in the sky above the training grounds. Venerable ones can enter this formation. Those below the venerable realm are not allowed to enter to avoid accidental injuries. After saying that, Han Xian glanced at a few people in the crowd. You guys can go and inform them. A sea expansion battle is also extremely rare. Perhaps it can give others some insights. In reality, there was no need for Han Xian to say anything. Many people were walking out of the training grounds, as if they wanted to see what was happening outside. Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai and the others. Let's inform Lu Rinquang and Jade too. Xia, Xiao Qian nodded. Coming. Lu Rinquang and Zhang Xuanyu also followed the others out of the trial field. Seeing this, he dashed to Luo Xiaobai's side. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, "What happened?" Luo Xiaobai said, "You can watch the competition between sea pioneers." Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Really? Good, good, good. Fei Fei should have fought a long time ago. Lu Rinquang couldn't help but say, "Finally, we can see how strong Han Fei is." Up to now, it's still a mystery. Many people nodded after hearing this. Han Fei's strength had long been a mystery. He was so strong that he had no friends. When he killed the raiders, Han Fei's attack was still fresh in everyone's memory. With one sword, he destroyed a big ship and dozens of Grand Venerables. The crazy four kings didn't even dare to block him. When Han Xian and Han Fei entered the teleportation array one after another, the Venerables also followed. After a moment, in the void, Han Xian said, "This used to be the place where the divine palace of the Nine-Palace Heaven was located. In the space gap, its endurance is completely able to withstand a sea expansion realm battle. Just like Go." As he spoke, the Qinji, godly, ghost disc in Han Xian's hand had all kinds of bumps on it, and then he put it away. From the looks of it, it seemed like there were countless mechanisms being activated. The two were tens of thousands of kilometers apart, and a large number of venerables arrived one after another. However, some people's perception range wasn't so large, and they were relatively close. Someone shouted, "Don't get too close." When sea expansion realm experts fight, ordinary people can't resist even the residual power. Stand a little further away and watch. Han Xian and Han Fei provided this opportunity to watch the battle, but not everyone could see it. However, the two of them didn't care about this now. Han Xian said, "Han Fei, if you can't bear it, tell me, lest I accidentally hurt you." Han Fei grinned and said, "Uncle Xian, I'm afraid you can't hear me. Let's get started." Han Fei was confident that with his current physique in the chaotic ocean, he was definitely in the top 5, if not invincible among the sea expansion realm experts. Who could surpass him? It could only be an old guy who had been refining his body for tens of thousands of years. Han Fei estimated that it was more likely that even if he used time, he couldn't build such an abnormal physique like himself. That was why he had the power to defeat the lords. Crack, crack, crack. Han Fei had always been proud of his array skills, but in front of Han Xian he was indeed far inferior. All kinds of formations came crashing down from the sky like raindrops. At the same time, more than hundreds of arrays were born. However, Han Fei couldn't be distracted, because he found that 1,000 kilometers in front of him, there was chaotic power in the void, condensing into a huge figure. The figure appeared extremely fast, as if it had appeared out of thin air. Han Xian said, "Nephew, The giant body you used before is quite extraordinary. Let's see who this is." When the giant completely appeared, Han Fei was speechless. "Damn it, isn't this my firmament Dharma body? How did Han Xian learn it so quickly? No, it's fake. It's just the shape." Han Fei chuckled. "Uncle Xian, you should pay attention to the battle. It's better if we don't take this kind of fake and inferior product out." "Oh, why don't you try?" A golden light flashed on Han Fei's body, and in the next second, a golden light appeared in front of the giant. Han Fei raised his knife, and the spiritual energy in the void turned into a 100-meter-long giant blade in an instant, slashing backward. And the fake Dharma body stretched out its hands and pulled out 2 giant axes from the void. The axes were chopped down, shining with spiritual light and seeming to be able to split the world. Clang! The shocking power spread for thousands of kilometers in an instant. Luo Xiaobai and Jian Hui, who were close to it, all felt a powerful force coming at them. If they didn't have some strength, they might not even be able to stand still. Han Fei's face changed slightly. His Dharma body had been simulated by Han Xian and had already changed. These powers were all given to the Dharma body by Han Xian. In a sense, what Han Xian created was not a Dharma body, but a kind of combat skill, because he was giving power to the Dharma body, and the real firmament Dharma body was a kind of independent power that was independent of the body. It could be separated from the caster and exist independently. This giant Dharma body blocked Han Fei's knife, but more than half of its body was obliterated. Just when Han Fei was about to throw another punch to kill the doppelganger, with a bang, the doppelganger shattered and turned into thousands of array lines. Han Fei felt that his whole body was suddenly shrouded in mist. All of a sudden, 8 giant Dharma bodies appeared, surrounding him, and 16 giant axes fell from the sky. Illusion? Han Fei was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the array lines that constructed the Dharma body turned into layers of illusions. With such strength, it would be a pity if Han Xian didn't go to Dream Sky and compete with Xia Jiming for the position of Palace Master. Fuse! Han Fei was shrouded in black gas, and his aura became indifferent. There was no emotion in his black and white eyes. With a flip of his hand, the infinity water that Han Fei hadn't used for a long time came out of his body. However, at this moment, the infinity water was no longer used by Han Fei as a weapon, but condensed into array lines. In an instant, it penetrated the mist around him. BAM, BAM, BAM. When the mist exploded, before Han Fei could see the situation clearly, he heard Han Xian say, "You broke the trap pretty fast. However, you've given me too much time." As soon as Han Xian said that, the void cracks condensed into a storm, wrapping Han Fei up. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Can this 1,000 trickeries divine ghost plate even simulate spatial techniques? Swish! With another flash of golden light, Han Fei was directly out of the range of the storm. With a flip of his hand, he slashed. When the knife was slashed out, the void was shattered and the void cracks were drawn into the endless void. The whole space returned to peace again. Han Fei was on the periphery of the void storm. What was waiting for Han Fei was sword chi and knife light. In addition to these 2 kinds of power, there were also whip shadows, sound waves, soul attacks, and illusions. For a moment, Han Fei saw hundreds of attacks, all of which were aimed at him. Shoot! Although Han Fei could continue to run away with the golden Dharma body, he couldn't always run away. This was just a competition. If he kept running away, how could he test his strength? The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "Uncle Xian, a lot of attacks doesn't mean a strong attack." Han Fei didn't move, stretched out his hands to both sides, and let those terrifying forces hit him. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Wow. What a strong physique. Young Master Han Fei, how did you cultivate such a strong physique? This is too terrifying. He resisted King Xian's attack with his physique alone? When Han Fei resisted Han Xian's countless attacks with his body, Zhang Xuanyu, Luo Xiaobai, and the others were all stunned. Zhang Xuanyu said, "That's too much." His physical body had already become so strong, even a king can't beat him. Lu Renquang nodded. He showed me the power of his body. It seems that, in the future, no matter what level I reach, the cultivation of my body must be ranked first. Xia Shaochan was speechless. Do I have to improve my body to the same level as him in cultivation? Li Kaitian was speechless. I wonder what that person in the chaos heavens will think after seeing his physique. On the Nine Palaces heavens side, a large number of people revealed thoughtful expressions. Someone said, sure enough, "In our judgment, body cultivators are the most difficult group to deal with." It can be seen from the battle between King Xian and young Master Han Fei. If it were an ordinary king, they would not be able to escape King Xian's control after being forced to this extent. In the end, young Master Han Fei resisted it with his physique. This battle is going to be a long one. Someone sighed. It's a pity that body cultivation has always been the most difficult system in our cultivation. So far, no one has been able to reach the peak of body tempering. If young Master Han Fei is willing to share the body tempering method, the strength of our Nine Palaces heaven will probably improve greatly. Someone shook his head. Don't think about it. Young Master Han Fei's path cannot be copied. Besides, I heard that body tempering is formed through multiple opportunities and repeated experiences. Our Nine Palaces heaven's trials are always lacking something. Many experts of the Nine Palaces heaven fell silent. In fact, they had always known that no matter how rich the Nine Palaces heaven's trials were, they were always lacking some real combat trials. This was because the experts of the Nine Palaces heaven were all nurtured using the same method. Therefore, the battle between them was actually more or less the same. In terms of strength, they were rather evenly matched. Han Xian's method was more like a training method. The trained soldiers were of equal strength. At this moment, when tens of thousands of array formations bombarded Han Fei, he was completely ineffective. Han Fei smiled. "Uncle Xian, how about something more powerful? Let me see how strong my physique is." Han Xian nodded. "As you wish." The black box in Han Xian's hand began to spin slightly. On it, the protruding and shrinking giant squares became more and more frequent. It looked like it was about to explode if it continued to be activated. Han Xian said, "This is the first form of the 1,000 trickeries, godly, ghost disc. It wraps the enemy in layers with infinite array formations. In the end, all available power is extracted and the enemy is strangled by force." As soon as Han Xian finished explaining, Han Fei saw that the countless small arrays were gathering into a large array. Han Xian was not in a hurry. Little by little, dozens of small formations gathered together to form a medium-sized formation. Naturally, its might was much stronger. Of course, the power that erupted was still not enough to hurt Han Fei. Han Xian sighed slightly. Hundreds of arrays gathered again, dividing up the energy and spiritual energy in the void here. And at this time, the power that erupted had far exceeded the power of the most ordinary kings. Clang, BM, when a sword chi stabbed at him. The sword chi was finally shattered. Han Fei retreated 100 meters, and a bloody mark appeared on his chest. Under this sword chi, Han Fei felt not only the power of this sword chi, but also the Taoist aura contained in this sword chi. Han Fei suddenly understood that such an experiment actually couldn't test his true strength. Because everyone's Tao was different, the results would be different. For example, some people were strong, but their Tao was not good at fighting. It was very likely that they couldn't break his physique. Another example, some people were weak, but their Tao was good at fighting. It was very likely that they could break his physique. Han Xian obviously didn't exert his full strength. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation, Han Xian might have relied on the Qianji divine ghost disc, but he also had his own means. Therefore, Han Xian's true strength couldn't be denied. The Qinji divine ghost disc was strong, but if Han Xian wasn't strong, how could he hurt Han Fei? Han Xian said, being able to take this sword strike of mine, your strength can already be ranked in the top 30 of the Pioneer Sea realm in the chaotic universe. However, it's not enough. The stronger the strength, the gap between each rank is not small. Next, I will use the combat power of the top 20 to fight with you. Look, the second form of the Qinji divine, ghost disc. In Han Xian's hand, the Qinji divine ghost disc disappeared. Instead, a black battle suit appeared on Han Xian's body. From head to toe, from his eyes to his fingers, he was covered tightly. In an instant, Han Xian rushed thousands of kilometers away. He raised his hand, and 100 layers of array shadows condensed on his fist, intending to fight Han Fei in close combat. Han Fei naturally wouldn't refuse. The combat power of the top 20 of the Pioneer Sea realm? He hadn't really experienced it yet. Under this blow, Han Fei was blasted thousands of kilometers away in an instant, feeling that his arm was almost broken. No, I have to use the power of the laws. Otherwise, I won't be on the same level at all. Han Fei's momentum soared, and his strength soared nearly 3 times. As for Han Xian, it was as if he was ready to fight as he punched out again. This time, Han Fei's strength soared, so he naturally wouldn't be blown away by a single blow. Han Fei stood in place, motionless, and the void behind him broke again, showing the connection between the real world and the endless void. Han Fei punched back with 80% of his strength. 80% of Han Fei's strength was nearly 400,000 waves. But as soon as he punched, Han Xian opened one hand, and there seemed to be thousands of arrays turned into one. Han Xian was knocked back 100 meters by the punch and said with a smile, "Remember what I said? Strength doesn't mean everything. Your strength is indeed strong, but I disintegrated it to less than 200,000 waves. You can't break my laws. How can you win with your strength?" Han Fei was shocked. According to this situation, even if he attacked with all his strength, Han Xian would only have 250,000 waves. He didn't exert his full strength, but when did Han Xian use his full strength? Since he was able to receive the attack so easily, he probably had at least 50% of his strength that he hadn't used yet. The most important thing was that the power of the Qinji divine ghost board was too strong. He could easily create thousands or even tens of thousands of arrays. These arrays, when combined at will, would create different powers at will according to Han Xian's will. If Han Xian could master enough formations, he would be able to simulate almost any formation spell that he could see. Although it was just a simulation, it was just a simulation. However, Han Fei could simulate anything. Just this alone was freakish enough. At this point, the Venerables actually couldn't understand the power of the two sides. They even felt that this battle was not as exciting as just now. However, they didn't expect that this seemingly plain melee battle would erupt with power several times stronger than before. After a while, Han Fei shouted, "Uncle Xian, what do you think of the strength of the top 10? Han Xian smiled and said, "Watch carefully." "Qilu." Han Xian grabbed the electric arc and struck out with a spear. The lightning arc was so strong that it left thousands of electric arc patterns in the void. This also seemed to be very ordinary. However, Han Fei looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Han Fei used the draw technique backhand. As a result, the blade condensed by the infinity water was directly shattered. Han Fei was knocked back dozens of kilometers in an instant. Han Fei's hands trembled slightly, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn. Han Xian said, "The top 10 of the sea expansion realm may not be as good as you in terms of pure power. However, the power displayed through the laws can knock you back. This shows that the Tao you walk is more meaningful than your power. This also shows that the top 10 origin seas are not weak. After all, they can breed such powerful forces. After the lightning spear, Han Xian's combat form changed again. He was still wearing the same black armor. In his hand, Han Xian casually picked up a battle axe condensed by an array. It didn't look like one. However, when the giant axe was held in Han Xian's hand, Han Fei felt a violent killing intent. Han Xian jumped up, held the axe with both hands, and chopped down vertically. His strength might not have reached 400,000 waves. However, Han Fei knew that if he resisted this blow, he would be instantly split in half. Han Fei immediately launched the Dao Convergence Sword. BAM, rumble, in an instant the two of them were blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away. In the battlefield, the endless void was blasted out. The onlookers were dumbfounded by the appearance of the 1,000-kilometer hole. Gulp! Shui Ran exclaimed, "Damn! What kind of strength does he have to exert such terrifying power?" Jian Hui said, "Captain's combat power is probably among the top 10 of the sea expansion realm. I once saw teacher cut out such a large, endless void with a single sword strike." Mu Shui Sisi asked, "Really?" Jian Hui, "Don't be kidding. That's the power of opening the sky." Lu Ran nodded. "Yes." Jian Hui said, "Of course it's not teacher's full strength. However, I'm afraid that ordinary sea expansion realm cultivators can't compete with them. I estimate that the strength of these two people has probably entered the top 20 of the sea expansion realm in the chaotic Azure Sea." Top 20. Many people looked at each other in surprise. Wasn't this the top power of the chaotic Azure Sea? However, Jian Hui didn't know. His estimation was still a bit conservative. Their current strength had already reached the top 10 of the sea expansion realm. Han Xian was shaken back and instantly rushed back. So did Han Fei. The two collided 7 or 8 times in a row. Han Xian said, "This is the third form of the 1,000 Trickeries Divine Ghost Disc. Han Fei, do you still have other means? If this is your strongest attack, then let's call it a day. There are some special combat methods that you don't need to use here." Han Fei thought for a while and nodded slightly. "Then let's stop here." Han Xian knew that Han Fei still had trump cards. However, trump cards were trump cards, and they couldn't be taken out casually. As such, Han Xian's words marked the end of the sparring session. Han Xian sighed. Han Fei's physique was really strong, and his strength was really great. As soon as he used the power of the Great Path, he could easily crush many sea expansion realm cultivators. If Han Fei was given another 10,000 years to cultivate, oh no, as long as he cultivated for another 1,000 years, his strength would probably be greatly improved again. At that time, Han Fei's strength would not only firmly stand in the top 10, if his trump cards were taken into account, he might even be able to enter the top 5, maybe. In the spectator stands, everyone witnessed a sparring match that was not flashy at all, but the level of power was beyond imagination. This made everyone feel that the sea expansion realm was really strong. However, most people didn't know that ordinary sea expansion realm cultivators couldn't be so strong. After the competition, Han Xian and Han Fei took everyone back to the 9-palace heaven. The uncle and nephew immediately went to drink tea. Han Fei couldn't help but say, "The 1,000 Trickeries Divine Ghost Disc is really extraordinary. I want to know, are those armor and axes transformed from the 1,000 Trickeries Divine Ghost Disc?" Han Xian only knew that Han Fei was going to ask, but he still shook his head and said, "Of course not. They are just mid-quality, sea-quelling bizarre treasures." Han Fei was shocked. "Only mid-quality?" Han Xian explained, "This is the power of the 1,000 Trickeries Divine Ghost Disc. It can spread the power of combat methods all over the battle suits and weapons, immediately raising them to the ultra-quality level or even higher." Han Fei's eyes flickered. "Uncle Xian, is it difficult to make this 1,000 Trickeries Divine Ghost Disc?" Han Xian grinned and said, "Why, do you want it?" "Ha ha ha. I won't keep it to myself. In just 20,000 years, I can make another one. However, you still need to learn and master the basic reserves of 100,000 arrays. Han Fei. Chapter 1924. 20,000 years. The corners of his mouth twitched. Learning array formations and storing some up was nothing. Although he had less than 5,000 arrays in reserve, it wouldn't take long for him to learn 100,000. In any case, he had time acceleration. However, it took 20,000 years to create a Chenji godly ghost plate. Who the hell could wait for 20,000 years? Han Fei shook his head quickly. Forget it. 20,000 years is too long. I'll seize every minute. Han Xian said, "Young man, don't be so impatient. After all, Uncle didn't split open the sky. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Will you think about it? You're fully capable of inheriting my legacy." Han Xian tried to persuade him, but Han Fei refused. What if he really spent 20,000 years? I have already split open the heavens. Just when Han Fei was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something. Actually, it seemed not impossible. Han Xian might have taken a long time to create the 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghost Disc. However, the 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghosts board was simply too powerful. With this item in hand, the grade of the weapon in his hand immediately soared. It could strengthen one's attack, defense, and speed. Anything that could be used by a spell formation could be used by the 1,000 Trickeries God Ghosts disc. To put it bluntly, this thing was a great killing weapon. Having one was like having an army of millions. If a venerable realm expert was able to fully display the power of the 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghost board, then the power inside the cage would probably be enough to sweep through everything by himself. However, at the end of the day, it was just an auxiliary weapon, an item that could be fused with formations. Since it was a weapon that he couldn't make, what about the demon purification pot? Now, the 5th vine of the demon purification pot had just returned. Would it be possible to forge even stronger weapons? Han Fei couldn't help but suspect that no matter how good he was at refining, it was impossible for him to surpass the demon purification pot in a short time. What if the 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghost board could be refined? Wouldn't he be making a huge profit? Han Fei immediately said, "Uncle Xian, I don't think we should refine the 1,000 Trickeries disc for 20,000 years. Besides, I'm still young. It's better if I refine this 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghost disc myself. This way we can also see through the mysteries within, don't you think so?" Han Xian immediately smiled and said, "You refine it yourself?" It was not impossible, although it might take a little longer. You are still young after all. Nephew, how old are you now? Let's see if you can catch up in this life. Tens of thousands of years? Han Fei couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, counting the time acceleration, I'm probably hundreds of years old. Han Fei didn't really want to discourage Han Xian, but he said, Well, Uncle Xian, I can't really remember his age either. Han Xian, just give me a rough idea." Han Fei sighed. "I'm afraid I'm 500 years old." Uffed. Han Xian sprayed a mouthful of tea on Han Fei's face. Han Xian cried out involuntarily, "How old?" Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that I have to tell others that I'm a little older in the future." Han Xian was bewildered, muttering, "Opening the sea at 500 years old? Isn't such talent unique throughout the ages?" Gurgle! Immediately, Han Xian suddenly stood up and pulled Han Fei up. "Let's go. Nephew, you are so talented. How can you not learn the 9 palaces, strange technique, and the 10,000 arrays technique?" Han Fei said, "Uncle Xian, I think you'd better teach me the method of making the 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghost Plate." Han Xian sighed. "If you want to refine the 1,000 Trickeries Godly Ghost Plate, how can you not know the 9 palaces, 10,000 arrays technique? With your talent, you should be able to learn it very quickly." Han Fei only had time to say to Luo Xiaobai via voice transmission, "You lead everyone to cultivate first. I have to cultivate in seclusion for a while." Before Luo Xiaobai had time to respond, Han Fei had disappeared. 2 years later, Han Fei was trapped in a 9 palaces divine pagoda. In this pagoda, Han Fei seemed to be in the star ocean array technique. Every day, tens of thousands of arrays appeared. They were all what Han Fei needed to memorize and learn. In fact, in the first 3 months, Han Fei had memorized as many as 100,000 arrays. In the following time, Han Fei was actually studying the fusion, combination, and restriction of arrays. In Han Xian's words, if he wanted to refine the 1,000 trickeries, godly ghost plate, he first had to know how to fuse multiple arrays. Only when one's heart was enlightened, as if all 10 fingers were connected to one's heart, could it be triggered in an instant and activate the unpredictable power of the Qianji godly ghost board. Han Fei had already fused arrays on a small scale. He could condense the arrays into a line and connect them with each other. However, the art of formation was too complicated. There were too many basic arrays. Large-scale arrays were particularly difficult to fuse. After being trapped for 2 years, Han Fei could at most fuse more than 50 arrays in an instant, which was far from Han Xian's ability to fuse 100 arrays in an instant, let alone 1,000 arrays. On this day, everyone in the 9 palaces heaven was in their daily cultivation and trials. Suddenly, above the divine pagoda, there was a sword piercing the sky, and many people stopped to look at it. Swish! At the top of the pagoda, a golden light flashed, and Han Fei appeared on the top of the pagoda. As soon as Han Fei came out, he saw Han Xian was tasting tea. Han Fei couldn't help saying, "Uncle Xian, why are you willing to let me out? If you don't let me out, I'll have to come out by myself." Han Xian said, "Han Fei, don't be impatient when cultivating this Tao. The fusion of 100 arrays is the foundation of running the 1,000 trickeries, godly ghost plate. However, I gave you the opportunity to come out today because there are some things I need to let you know." "Oh, what is it?" Han Xian handed a jade slip to Han Fei. The contents of the jade slip were like newspapers. It recorded the events in the chaotic, vast sea within a month. Han Fei scanned with his perception, and soon one thing caught his attention. The intelligence said that the savage abyss was shaking. Bei Luochen went there in person, but couldn't enter, so he returned. After seeing this message, Han Fei's heart sank. Only a few years have passed? It hasn't even been 8 years, and the savage abyss is already in turmoil? Could it last until the opening of the imperial palace? Han Fei said solemnly, "Uncle Xian, it's not that I don't want to, but I really don't have much time. The fusion of 100 arrays is only a matter of time for me, but my time can't be completely wasted here." Han Xian sighed slightly. "Fine. It's not too difficult to learn the 9 palaces, 10,000 arrays, when you already have the foundation of arrays. The difficult part is to fuse the arrays and construct them at will. It's not realistic to keep you in the 9 palaces heaven. It's time for you to leave. However, remember what I said. Even if the Grand Pure One and the Wuji heaven divide the Yin-Yang heaven and the Waterwood heaven, so what? As long as you grow up, there will be great things to do. Don't be arrogant. That won't be worth the loss." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Thank you for your teachings, Uncle Xian." Han Fei scanned the arrays with his perception. "All members of the Avenger, return to your positions." Han Fei's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Hearing Han Fei's voice again after 2 years, the people who were in the trial knew that time was up. Originally, Han Fei said he would only stay in the 9 palaces heaven for a year. How much they could get here depended on themselves. However, in fact, this time was extended to about 2.5 years. But even so, everyone still felt that time was not enough. Even though they had been taking trials day and night, Xia Shaochan was the only one who had passed all the 42 trials. The one who had passed the most trials was not the half-lords, but Luo Xiaobai. In the early stage, Luo Xiaobai didn't go to the trial at all but followed Xia Shaochan to record and study them one by one. Now, she had completed 31 trials of the 9 palaces and ranked second on the Avenger, 2 more than Song Kaiyuan. Swish, 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 when figures appeared under the tower, Han Fei's perception scanned and found that half of them had made a breakthrough. Even Lu Rinquang and Luo Xiaobai had entered the peak-level Venerable Realm. However, thinking about it, it was only because they were cultivating the stainless, profound body that they were able to slow down in the first place. With enough resources, it was only natural for them to enter the peak-level Venerable Realm. Even if some people didn't make a breakthrough, their fundamental strength had definitely been greatly improved. Han Fei said, "It's been more than 2 years. I've given you enough time. I can see that in the past 2 years, your growth has been very significant, but this is far from enough." Lu Rinquang muttered, "The main reason is that all the resources have been consumed. Otherwise, they would have been raised to another level." Han Fei smiled slightly. "Today, we will leave the 9 Palace Heaven. In the chaotic sea, countless enemies are waiting for us. So we can't stay here for long. Everyone enter my Origin Sea." The people brought by Han Fei were all extremely powerful in terms of comprehension and strength. It could be said that they were the top group of people in the Waterwood Heaven, the Yin-Yang Heaven, and the Cage Heaven. If they hadn't completed the 9 Palaces trial in more than 2 years, they probably wouldn't have finished it in a short time. After a moment, when everyone entered the Origin Sea, they saw Yin, and Nian were still outside. Nian was pulling Yin and said, "We came together, so let's go together. If you stay here, no one will play with me." Yin smiled slightly. "Nian, I know you are very talented. As long as you are willing, I'm afraid it will only take you a few years to enter the Half-King realm. I won't even be surprised if you transcend the tribulation and reach the Sea Expansion realm. But I'm different. Since I know I can't transcend the tribulation and reach the Sea Expansion realm, I won't be of much help. My brother is outside and I have to stay inside." Before Nian could persuade him, Yin said, "Brother, aren't you going to leave your incarnation?" Han Fei smiled bitterly and murmured, "If I leave my incarnation, I will naturally become the young master of the 9 Palace Heaven. At that time, I will really have time to study the array and experience the trial. If I have time in the future, I will come back with my real body. It's a great opportunity to synchronize the comprehension of both sides." Han Fei asked, "Yin, are you really going to stay?" Yin nodded. "Brother, what Senior Sister Xiaobai and Uncle Xian said is correct. In any case, the Yin-Yang Heaven and the Waterwood Heaven are not the key, but you. I will stay and your incarnation. At the same time, I also need another way to grow." Han Fei looked at Han Xian. Han Xian smiled slightly. "Don't look at me. I'm a grown-up girl. I have my own ideas." Han Fei sighed slightly. "That's fine. Nian, enter my Origin Sea." At this moment, Nian had also grown up and become a slim and graceful girl. She couldn't help but pout. Han Fei said, "Don't act cute. Hurry up." Humph! After Nian chatted with Yin for a while, she had no choice but to enter the Origin Sea. At this moment, Han Xian said, "Han Fei, don't be impulsive when you go out this time." "Uncle, I have one more thing to tell you. I have news from the Silver Moon Heaven." Half a day later, on the high tower of the 9 Palace Heaven, Han Xian and Han Fei's incarnation were having a drink. Han Fei handed over a jade slip. "Uncle Xian, I wonder if this can help you reach the Sky Expansion realm." "Huh." Han Xian couldn't help but be puzzled, but when he scanned it with his perception, the corners of his mouth suddenly cracked and he laughed. "Ha ha ha! Stinking brat, you're actually hiding this divine art from your uncle, and you're only telling me about it now. I really want to beat you up." In the chaotic Azure Sea, when Han Fei returned to this place again, he didn't immediately let everyone out of the Origin Sea. The Nine-Palace Heaven was the greatest opportunity Han Fei had encountered in the chaotic azure sea apart from the martial Emperor City. But considering that it was his family's palace and he met his uncle, this kind of opportunity was purely luck. After leaving the Nine-Palace Heaven, Han Fei's body flashed with a golden light and he appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He had stayed in the inner sea for a long time. Now that the savage abyss was in turmoil, it was time for him to go to the outer sea. In fact, not only the crew of the Avenger had consumed a lot of resources in the past 2 years, but even Han Fei himself had consumed an astronomical figure. Although he had raided the Medicine King Sky's treasury and obtained countless treasures and resources, he had used 1/3 of the resources to strengthen his origin sea, almost turning it into an immortal paradise. Another 1/3 of the resources were around the demon purification pot, only for the 5th vine to devour energy so that the 2nd divine elixir would mature. Although this batch of resources was not consumed quickly, Han Fei would not use them because they were the source of power for his 2nd divine elixir. The remaining 1/3 of the resources were used to expand the origin sea. His origin sea was already very exquisite, with mountains, lakes, seas, the essence of the earth veins, spirit stone mines, and spiritual veins. But no matter how exquisite it was only 12,000 kilometers in diameter, which was too small. Since talking with Han Xian last time and knowing that the size of the origin sea was indeed one of the important sources of strength in the pioneer sea state, Han Fei did not stop and had been expanding the origin sea in the past 2 years. Now, under the consumption of a huge amount of resources, the size of the origin sea had reached 30,000 kilometers, but the resources in Han Fei's hands were almost used up. It was not that the resources he plundered from the Medicine King Heaven were not enough, nor that the resources he plundered were not plentiful enough, but that the resources were used up too quickly. Swish, swish above the boundless sea. If someone could see it, they would find that every 200,000 kilometers or so, there would be a flash of golden light. The speed was so fast that they could travel millions of kilometers in a moment, which was a miracle. 1 day later, near the barbaric abyss, on a big ship of the Gale pirates, Han Fei stood alone. In front of Han Fei, an advanced venerable said in horror, "My lord, what I said is true. The barbaric abyss is indeed trembling, but it's far from the level of entry. It is said that Bei Luochen broke in personally, but he couldn't pass through the barrier. In the end, he was forced to walk out and returned in anger." Han Fei said leisurely, "Tell me something I don't know. For example, do you know where your captain is?" The venerable was horrified. Was Han Fei going to kill his boss? However, at the moment of life and death, who would be willing to die just to hide their whereabouts? He said, "My lord, the barbaric abyss has been turbulent recently. Now that everyone knows that there may be a problem here, everyone who pays attention to this place knows that it's dangerous. It is said that none of the top 10 pirate groups came in person this time. All they did was send a fleet of ships to come here, and the number of venerables is limited." Through the vibration of this person's soul, Han Fei knew that this person was not lying. However, to be honest, the strength that he had shown was already not comparable to that of ordinary pirate group leaders. Although the pirate group leaders were also kings, they were not worth mentioning compared to super powerhouses like Bei Luochen of the Wuji Heaven. Therefore, except for those who were clear that they would definitely oppose Han Fei, there were not many people who really paid attention to this place this time. Of course, Han Fei would not go to the central area of the barbaric abyss in person, because there was no need. Even if he went, he would not be able to return. If he encountered an ambush, the strength of the person who came must be extraordinary. If there was a heaven-opening realm powerhouse, it would not be easy to deal with. Sure enough, Han Fei soon found that there was still a big ship of the Wuji Heaven. There were more than 30 half-king realm powerhouses on the ship. Bait. At this time, there were still people from the Wuji Heaven. They were probably bait, waiting for him to kill them so that he could catch a turtle in a jar. However, Han Fei suddenly grinned. With his temper, Even if he knew it was a trap, he might still fall for it. And now he had learned the golden light movement technique. Even if there was a heaven-opening realm powerhouse ambushing him. So what? Could a heaven-opening realm powerhouse outrun the golden light movement technique? On the big ship of the Wuji Heaven, a young man stood at the bow. Behind him, he said, "Captain, we have been waiting here for almost half a month. Will Han Fei really come?" The young man shook his head. "I'm not sure. This person is arrogant. It's hard to say whether he will come or not. I hope he will come. If he succeeds, he will have a bright future." Someone said, "Captain, in my opinion, the Avenger probably doesn't dare to come. Otherwise, why hasn't he shown up in the barbaric abyss?" The young man sighed slightly. "Whether he comes or not, we can't slack off anyway. Maybe the Patriarch has other arrangements." Suddenly, this person felt that the spiritual energy and energy within 1,000 kilometers around him almost disappeared in an instant. He quickly came back to his senses and saw a void-breaking sword light rushing over. The terrifying sword shadow swept across half of the sea, and all kinds of power of the great path were hidden in it. The young man hurriedly crushed a jade slip. "Patriarch, Patriarch, he's here, he's here." Then the young man shouted, "Quick, activate the ship formation." After that, the young man threw out another jade slip without hesitation. This jade slip shattered in the void and turned into a huge figure. The figure had white hair. The moment it appeared, it narrowed its eyes and pointed. "Wuji Black Moon Wheel." Han Fei's pupils constricted. A blow from a heaven-opening realm powerhouse? Humph! In the void, Han Fei's figure emerged, and he shouted, "Wuji Old Dog, even if you come with your real body, you can't protect all the people on this ship." Swish! Han Fei didn't even look at the Tao Convergence sword and Bei Luochen's Black Moon. With a swish, his figure disappeared, and then, with a flash of golden light, he appeared on the big ship of the Wuji Heaven. The moment he landed on the ship, more than 30 clones of Han Fei landed. Seeing this scene, the young half-king couldn't help but be terrified. How could this person be so fierce? How dare he show off on the ship in front of the Patriarch? As Han Fei slashed out, the whole ship was annihilated in an instant, and all the venerables on the ship exploded and died. No one survived. Rumble! When Han Fei killed everyone on this ship, a terrifying explosion set off boundless huge waves. At this time, Bei Luochen's phantom turned around and tried to stop Han Fei. Han Fei scooped up the sun-moon shellfish from these people, merged with his clone, and slapped Bei Luochen with a backhand. BM, however, after Han Fei's slap came into contact with Bei Luochen's attack, he actually managed to resist it for a moment. This made Han Fei smile involuntarily. It seemed that Bei Luochen was not so invincible. As a heaven-opening realm powerhouse, even if it was just a clone, the blow that contained the Tao was not something that Han Fei could resist with one blow. But in fact, Han Fei could resist it a little with his strength alone, which meant that Bei Luochen was not invincible. He just had the advantage of being in a higher realm. Suddenly, Han Fei pinched his fingers subconsciously. He knew that someone was coming. At this time, Bei Luochen's projection was also about to dissipate. It was already very rare for a projection to launch 2 attacks, which broke his Tao Convergence sword, and to resist Han Fei's blow head-on, which was already extremely powerful. At this moment, Han Fei looked sideways and saw a figure appear in the void more than 800,000 kilometers away and disappear in a flash. The moment their eyes met, Han Fei sneered in the void. "Bei Luochen, old B*** starred, I'm here to tell you what I want to say. If you dare to touch my Yin-Yang Heaven, I'll slaughter your Wuji Heaven. If you dare to try, let's have a try." As soon as he said that, Han Fei's body glowed with golden light, and with a leap he appeared hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. After a while, he saw a figure breaking through the void. When this person broke through the void, blue light intertwined and the void changed, and his body also stabilized a few times. This should be what the old turtle said. In this world, there was a limit to the limit of speed. This old man came too fast. Bei Luochen looked around, but he didn't see Han Fei at first. He had searched the surrounding 300,000 kilometers, but Han Fei was not there. Listening to Han Fei's words, Bei Luochen narrowed his eyes and didn't speak for a long time.